No, you just like see my face, nigga.
Smell the cigarette from here.
Oh shit, I forgot. I'm like, what's up, chat? Not doing that much today. He is just living the life of a 22-year-old man. About to turn 22. Man, oh man. What am I gonna do? Literally looking at milk. Literally looking at milk. Chat, what do I do? Just want milk, man. I don't know why it sounds so fucking good. It sounds so good. Hello, getting milk. Chocolate milk, in fact. Just need to think, what else? Just need to think, what the fuck else I need, though? Man, they have that for a deal. Have that for a deal. Real. Deal. Where the fuck are you? Man, I never played that shit since I was, what? Like 10 or 12, bro. That's crazy. Yo, chat, like, how can I do that? Like, bro, chat, bro. How do y'all like to be up in the goddamn grocery store up at like what 6 o'clock in the morning? Man, I don't even feel tired. Get on my level. Get on my level. Yeah, so I played GTA 5 though. I need to start I'm not really focused on video games right now though. You know what I mean? Doing this shit. I'm just only just having this. I guess I could hold 2 of these gallons of milk by myself like this. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Easy shit, bro. Easy shit. Easy shit. Hello, good morning, everybody. Those are all closed. Cool. 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 uh, uh, bad baby? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Shit. I really don't know, chat.
Welcome, valued customer. If you have your shopper's card, scan it now.
It's actually not bad.
Enter your alternate. Thank you.
Gotta put that shit up like this because
They trying to say how. Hey, good morning. If I have one on.
just want to know that Jesus loves you, cares for you. He died on the cross. He's coming back soon. Ain't he? Oops. Yeah. All for credit. That's funny shit. Pays with credit. Yo. Homie. Yo. We're gonna probably actually I'm just going back to my crib, man. Fuck this. You know, the true pain though, what I'm going through though is me being a Somniac and then basically telling anyone that I'm not high. Ugh. I don't want to see you the full thing. I like to see edited videos. I don't like the real version of you. You're not authentic enough. Motherfucker, you're not authentic enough. Why are you not authentic enough? Why are you not effective enough? Every single fucking day. Every single fucking day. Same shit, but different day. Bro, I could not believe I could not finish this shit. I didn't even eat for 24 hours. I didn't eat for a whole day. I got this though. Damn. Damn. Why are you not authentic enough? You're all I had. Okay. It is what it is, dog. I'm not gonna be like, what are we gonna do about it? Yo. I'm munching on a burger right now, though. But what I was about to say, though, is DUI is a bitch, man. Like, that shit's a bitch. I'm literally getting over that shit right now. I'm literally thinking of all the damn attorneys that I need to fucking get through, though. You know what I mean? Like, I need to get into some shit, you know? I was like thinking in my head, man, I need to start like selling like my dick or something. Or do some porn, something. Fucking something. I can't be doing this shit all the time, guys. I can't do this shit all the time, man. Can't do this shit all the time. Every time I get pulled over, I should always fucking go on live and shit, but I don't know why I don't. I really don't know why I don't. But every time I face these fucking cops, they're a fucking little bitch, bro. It just doesn't matter. It don't even fucking matter. Black, white, you a lesbo, they're fucking still gonna get your ass for something. Yep, fall, phone. Fall. Fall on me. Fall on me. I'm gonna put my phone right here just for now so I can try to have it at a good angle. I'm trying to have it at a good angle, okay, guys? I'm trying my best here. Trying my best here, all right? Living the life of dis1ne. I just want to show y'all that, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? But like with me, I'm just good at letting go. Like I'm just good at letting go. Like I'm still driving, motherfucker. Like I'm still driving. What the fuck are they gonna do? So you know, Arizona drivers are like, I'm not saying the best drivers, but they're actually the worst drivers. We're actually probably one of the worst drivers in this whole fucking country. Because our minuscule to cars is amazing. Just fucking amazing, bro. Like, what are we gonna do? What am I gonna do? Yo, I'm serious. I applied to other jobs and shit. Like, I really did. I applied to other jobs. Bro. This ain't even working. I need to get paid. I really need to get paid. Know what I'm saying? I'm playing this shit like I lost my ID. I'm really playing this shit like I lost my ID. You know what I'm saying? I just lost my ID, sir. My bad. My bad, dude. My bad, dude. know, I would do that for women. I will do that for women. I can't just do this every fucking day though. I can't do this shit every fucking day. There gotta be something fucking different. Like I need to start being what do you call it? I need to start like just selling clothes or something. I'm serious, man. I need to start like going on like eBay or something, man. Go to Goodwill and like sell like whatever the fuck is on Goodwill for a higher price. It's really getting to that fucking level, man. It really is. It's getting to that fucking level. Holy fuck. Open? Mm-hmm. Amazon. I heard Amazon's actually good. I need to actually look into that. I heard that you could actually work from home. Which if I could work from home doing like some hours and shit, then shit. Good man. Park in the fucking driveway. It's just sad as fuck, man. I'm just too sad. Too sad, man. I'm too sad. I'm too fucking sad. I really am. Like, what the fuck am I? What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do, bro? I always say that to myself. What am I gonna do, bro? Chucky milk, Chucky milk, Chucky milk. I love me some Chucky milk, Chucky milk. Yo, this chocolate milk is fucking fire. Like, fire. It's the only thing I drink. That's not a bad idea. But I think that's actually not a bad idea. But the thing is that like I'm willing to do it. But you gotta hear me out though. I know I'm the only person in this goddamn fucking car. But I failed the test on that shit. And it wasn't about the drug part for sure. Because you gotta lie about that. But when it came down to it was like something about assault or some shit like that. And then I think I said yes or no to that fucking question. And then I think I said yes to the question. And then it literally was about like assaulting another person or some shit like that. I really forgot. But I remember I failed the test and I couldn't go back to that shit for within a fucking felt like a year, basically. It's actually not a bad idea though. But the problem that I have with day labor though is that that shit could be random. You know what I mean? That shit's not gonna always be like, how can I say it? Like, gonna be what do you call it? For me, it'll be probably all the way up in Florence, which will be like a 30-minute drive. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I could do it. I don't know what's a problem to not do it. But I looked at other jobs, though. Thinking about working at a Salad and Go. It's actually not that bad. How can you fuck up a salad? That's how I look at it. How can you fuck up a salad? It's literally lettuce or spinach. You can mix it with chicken. Fucking other fucking toppings on it. He's like, gas station jobs are always hiring. Right. I gotta think more outside the box. What can I actually get? Jesus. Yes, I'm having a conversation about myself with probably 3 other people on here. And I'm literally just thinking of ways of how to make money. This is just real. This is real broke. Not even broke shit. But like, this is like what motherfuckers do when they're on their fucking lowest. Like I said, I'm thinking about just going to Goodwill and like just download eBay and just look up everything that's like it's on for sale, whatever sites. You know what I mean? Hello, JK. But am going back to my boring ass gas station job in Hardin, Montana after this forestry gig. Ah, you have a seasonal job. See, I used to work Burger King, and I'm just done with that shit. I was done with that shit. I'm so fucking done with that shit. I'm not going back to that shit. You know what I mean? You're a content creator? What type of content creator? Like this kind of type of content? Or the other type of content? Bro, McDonald's wouldn't hire me. Hey, I feel you on that. He said that even McDonald's won't even hire me, man. Base pay in Arizona is $14.70. If y'all want to know that. If y'all want to know that. It's just how can I just do it all better? And usually I'll get to it. Shit. I basically went all the way from Mesa and back. Yo. These cops are fucking bitches. I'm gonna keep on saying that. What up, Leo? What is up, everybody? Up in the morning. It is, for me, 6:37. Yeah, boy. Wildland firefighting seasonal, but good money. Yeah. Yeah. I was just saying, like, seasonal jobs kind of sucks because it's only there for like for the mess of it. You know what I mean? Like you're only there for like a certain amount of time, and then you're just like, oh, gotta find another job. You know? I'm in South Africa. Okay. Nope. Hello from South Africa. Probably in like Brazil or some shit like that. I'm American. First I know I am free. Do I like have to like read things and stuff like that? But anyways, man. I just know I can do this. 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 If you have that in your head, you're just gonna get through life like nothing. But it is always up in here, man. It's always up in here, you know. Oh fuck. I'm not afraid of fucking shit. I'm not afraid of dying. Dying is like something, it's like if I really die at this moment right now, I'll be happy with it. Yeah, I'll be happy with it. I'll be happy with it. I'll be happy with it. I'll be literally happy with it. I ain't bullshitting. I ain't bullshitting. I I just like to get high and work out and eat and I don't know. Is something wrong? Am I the wrong? Are we all wrong? Man, this is crazy. This is fucking insane, bro. Can I teach you sign language? Yeah, teach me sign language. Teach me sign language. Za. How high are you on the scale of 1 to 10? Right now, I have to say 0. But it might feel like that I feel like I'm high. I didn't smoke a pen at all. Smoke tree, smoke bud, smoke dab, smoke concentrates. I'm not even capping. To show you that I'm not even capping. To show you that I'm not even capping. Not even fucking open. Not even fucking open, bro. And funny enough, I smoked at a party yesterday. And then slept. And then woke up. He said cap. He said cap. He said cap. What do you want me to do? Go like, ding. I'm supposed to be like this. Her. You know what I mean? My eyes are like this. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm so gonna win that fucking case. I'm so gonna win that fucking case, dude. Oh my god, man. I can't wait till I'm actually done with these motherfuckers. Like, I'm done with these motherfuckers, man. Up in my shit. Up in my shit. Just not cool. Not cool. Bro. And now I'm debating if I want to even smoke. I live my best life, you know? But we're gonna fucking eat, man. Dallas, Texas. Never been to Texas. Sounds like something I would probably go for, though. why, bro. You know what? When I was 13, I was smoking weed. So I could say that. You would smoke? That's crazy, man. It's only been 30 minutes. 30 fucking minutes. It's only been 30 minutes. It's only been 30 fucking minutes. Getting some weed from my auntie. She my plug. Yeah, I'm gonna win the case. I already know. I already know. I already fucking know. I already know. I'm gonna win this motherfucking case. I'm gonna win this motherfucking case. I'm gonna win this fucking case. I'm gonna win this case. I'm gonna say not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. They're like, well, you did this, you did that. I was like, you could be tired as fuck and still not be high. Yeah, the pen was on me. Yeah. But I'm not impaired. I wasn't intoxicated. But, you know, when it comes to cops, they will fucking just do anything to you. It does, like I said, don't give a fuck if you're black, don't give a fuck if you're white, don't give a fuck if you goddamn fucking lesbo, transvestite. All that. All that. Thank you for subscribing to me, Pokey. They're not supposed to be talking about stuff like that on live. What do you mean? Why not? Why the fuck not? Nah, seriously, why not? So I can actually prove something that I can actually fucking prove? And plus, you say you was 13. You know what I mean? I'm really actually doing grown-up men shit. They don't allow until court is over. I should have been filming them motherfuckers. That's what's literally going through my fucking mind right now. Should have filmed these motherfuckers. Well, this is actually supposed to be for audience 18 and up. So I don't know how y'all even in this motherfucking shit. Ugh. What the fuck? Oh shit, man. I've been so many times. Seek help, man. You clearly have mental issues. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Maybe I motherfucking do. Bye. Bye. Javelin. Javelin. Get my motherfucking paid on. What is ASD? Or ADHD, you mean? No, what it really is I'm a Samic that really just talks to himself a lot. That's all it really is. Attention seeking disorder. Maybe. More than anything, I'm like, get me the fuck away. I don't need y'all. I'm like, oh my gosh. If y'all even come to my front yard, I'm going to be like, oh my God, don't come near me. I'm like, oh no. Now I'm running. It's the first sign of madness, talking to yourself. Well, fucking course. I've been doing this shit since I was old? Fucking 5. Ever since I learned how to speak out of my mouth. It was actually it took me a while to actually speak words. Like, I want to say it was like 6 or 7. I was actually speaking words because I used to be deaf in the ear. I used to know a lot of sign language. I know that this is A. I know that this is like B, C. What was it? I think this is D, F, I think. Oh, of course you do. But like, besides the point of me being deaf and shit, I always been just a Samic as fuck. You know what I mean? Like, never sleep and shit. Like, I wouldn't even sleep in car rides. I wouldn't even sleep at like at a restaurant or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I used to just be up all the time. Just all the time. I used to just be up. Just getting up in the morning. Just be up. I sold some stuff. It's the first sign of talking to madness. I know some special gang signs. Da da da. Yeah, man. You know, this is just really like an energy to me. Like, this really be like my energy sometimes. Because I know as soon as I'm going to rip this shit, I'm going to be like, let's go. You know what I mean? Yep. I'm exactly right. As soon as I did it, I'm like, let's go. Let's get it. Didn't make me sleep. It didn't make me anything. It just made me be like, okay, it's 5 people. If I'm being totally honest, bro, I feel like the age that you're living in right now, I get it. No, I really understand and I get it. Like, just growing up, then you're probably experimenting with a lot of things too and shit. But you know, sometimes it's worth it, and sometimes it's just not worth it. You know what I mean? Like you could do a lot of things to make yourself happy, but you could just what I'm also trying to say is that there's some things that just what's supposed to make you happy doesn't make you fucking feel happy no more. You know what I mean? Like I said, this it's like now I'm kind of thinking about it. Yeah, it was all right. You know. Now do I feel high? Yeah. Now I feel high. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Man, people be probably talking mad shit too, and be like, people be saying like, weed's a pussy compared to other drugs. You know what I mean? And it's like, and in the way it's true. You know what I mean? In a way it's true. You know, because it's like, it's not like hardcore. It's not, you know, you don't even necessarily even die from it. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how to explain it. Like you don't just like do something and then you die from it. You know what I mean? I mean, there's a few cases of it, but not really with weed, unless if it was laced or something. Yeah, yeah. Now I'm high as fuck, for sure, for sure, for sure. Makes me paranoid. Fucking freaking out. What am I gonna do? 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 Isn't it crazy sometimes how it's like I'm okay to work. Like today I'm okay to if I could just work. You know what I mean? I like this. So I could just get out the car and just get in my driveway. See how not knowing where I fucking live. You know. Uh, but yeah, yo. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I probably need to open that restaurant. But is my tummy rumbling? No. Are you serious? You already? Yeah, I was like, yeah, you could do that instantaneously. I didn't know you can do that. Yeah, you can do that. You can unsuspend yourself. It's a thing called just paying the ticket.
some darker markings out. Sarah, I'm sorry. For putting you through all this. You know it's not your fault, right? It's not your fault either, Mom.
Is it your car?
Yeah. 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 Basically, yeah. Do I live in my car? Yeah. If you're normal on drugs, what the fuck happened? In a dark hole.
I think it's the fact that so cheese. You know the doctors. Raka. Yeah. Is that what I said? The text that's on already. Wake up. Raka says that they put you in the wrong. You know the code, right? Yeah. Do you know the code?
Yes.
Good. So here's the plan of the house. You get the kid, I'll get the parents. Don't kill her, alright?
Yeah, I won't.
Chojima. I'm only gaining. Y'all losing. Gotta go, gotta go. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. It's a thing called THC. Bam. Bam. Literally. I want to know what you want. I gotta know. I'm American. I'm an American. How does a real American say that? I'm an American. I'm American. I'm American. Do not talk to me like that. Don't you ever talk to me like that, boy. Yep, don't do it.
You're gonna do exactly as I fucking said.
Just the weather. Oh, really new though.
We good?
For this end,
I'm just doing this, right?
military
And I'm
grade,
just going.
right foot over there in the forest. Can you handle them?
Yeah, you can trust me. Hey, there she is. Hey, there, Katie. You know I can understand what you're saying.
What's up? 5 push-ups. Every viewer. Bam. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh wait, there's 3 likes. Oh my gosh, this is so wonderful. 1, 2, 3. This is so easy. Oh my gosh, only 3 people are watching me now. I only do 3. Oh, I just do another 3? Okay, let's do another 3. Oh, now there's 2 people. Now I just only do 2. She says she's back. But there's only 2 people still watching. 1, 2. And then 3 likes.
This thing.
Back again. City's back. Tell a friend. Cause she's back. Dun, 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 dun.
Your money, Ash. See, I just said you are smart guy. It's not really a robbery, is it? It's more of a quiet transaction. Three systems, 3 servers, 3 different ISPs. Click. You can't what?
My business partner has the most services that access in front of me. He goes to school, so I can't. Hey, if that's the correct shut you out. It's not like an engineer. You get 1 chance.
It's the right code. We are looking for it.
Do it, Ash. Whatever they want you to do. Just do it.
So, I want you to transfer $10 million into 3 separate accounts. Okay? That's 3 hours.
I mean, I need more than that.
No fucking way.
It takes time to reroute that much. There are limit programs in place.
Limit protocol.
Yeah, I can't. Transfer $10 million in one go.
Do a lot of
Just $1 million at a time.
Well, it could take all the time. But your wife and kid, they're going to be dead in 3 hours unless the
was explosive.
Okay. Look like a tornado hit my fucking room. Fuck. That's some good shit. I need to like warm up my shit. Piss me off, actually. Really just doing this piss me off, man. Whatever, dude. Whatever. That's a moment. Shit. I really do feel like a tornado in my fucking room, though. I haven't capped. My everyday fucking life. It's right here. I'm at peace. Solitude. What we gonna fucking operate with strength? This shit right here. I damaged myself in a lot of ways. It cannot be undone. Mr. Lonely, I have nobody for my own. I'm so lonely because I could be so lonely because I have nobody for my own. Man. Holy fuck. They really mean this shit, that this is a lonely ass generation. So very lonely. I really got nobody for my own.
For the pet that means everything to you, nothing less than high quality from Purina.
New Elvive Hyaluron Plus Pure. It dissolves scalp oils and removes
Wow.
impurities for up to 72
You know
hour
what I mean?
hydration.
It was just like a
This AI fraud
challenge. It was
protection
just
checks
like,
more than 500
you
data
think I
points on
can't like
transactions.
I know your MB mattress
Bobby
has
just way more
luxurious hand
fucking
tufting with
irritated.
gel-infused memory foam.
And it costs hundreds less than other national brands.
Air, worlds, oceans. Worlds are bigger than oceans. It tastes way better than pre-ground. There's just so much more florality to it, and nuttier. It's more warming. It's a wonderful spice when it's freshly grated, more than almost any other spice. And if you're gonna grate any spice,
Okay, whatever.
let's get another.
Doesn't mean I'm high.
Without going down too far.
You know what I mean?
There we go. I'll make sure I get all the shallots out. Too big a spout. We're just going to sweat these for 1 to 3 minutes. Add the garlic. The usual routine. You don't want any browning. This is this feels like the procedure for like 99% of onion garlic based stuff. If you're making red sauce, if you're making cream spinach, you sweat the onion elements for 1 to 3 minutes until it's just starting to get a little color, turn a little translucent. You can see that. Do it again. And that look nice. And that's when you add garlic. Continue to cook for 30 seconds until you smell the garlic. It's usually pretty instant, so be patient. 30 seconds.
Man, hey.
And I'm adding about a cup of liquid, which means I want to add about a tablespoon of flour.
Go home
handy, so we're gonna add all.
and rest.
And generally best practice not to use metal utensils. These are very hardy nonstick pans, but still not a great idea to do that. So, roughly a tablespoon. And that's going to turn into a paste. There we go. Beautiful. And it's going to kind of coat our.
Bro, I think I got real high and I just started watching the cooking channel, nigga. Oh my god. Oh, I said the N word. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
I'm not good. So I'm actually not gonna talk to either one of you.
Oh shit. Everyday habits that destroy your brain
Lack
explained
of
in
sleep.
what? Let me hear this
Sleep is
shit.
essential for the brain to repair and rejuvenate itself. Chronic sleep deprivation can impair cognitive functions such as attention, alertness, and memory. It can also lead to mood swings and increase the risk of mental health disorders like depression and anxiety. During sleep, the brain clears out toxins that accumulate during the day, so consistently missing out on sleep can hinder this crucial cleaning process, leading to long-term cognitive decline. Excessive alcohol consumption. While moderate alcohol consumption may not be harmful, excessive drinking can lead to severe brain damage. Alcohol affects neurotransmitters, which are crucial for communication between brain cells. Over time, heavy drinking can cause brain shrinkage, especially in areas responsible for cognition and memory. It can also lead to conditions like Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome, a chronic memory disorder caused by a severe deficiency of thiamine, vitamin B1, often associated with alcohol abuse. Smoking. Smoking reduces the amount of oxygen that reaches the brain, affecting its functionality. The chemicals in cigarettes can cause inflammation and oxidative stress, leading to the destruction of brain cells. Long-term smoking is associated with a higher risk of developing dementia, Alzheimer's disease, and stroke. Nicotine addiction can also affect brain plasticity, making it harder for smokers to learn and form new memories. Poor diet. A diet high in sugar, unhealthy fats, and processed foods can negatively impact brain health. Excessive sugar intake can lead to insulin resistance, which has been linked to cognitive decline and an increased risk of developing neurodegenerative diseases. Unhealthy fats, such as trans fats, can cause inflammation and oxidative stress in the brain, impairing its function. Nutrient deficiencies, particularly in essential fatty acids, vitamins, and minerals, can also hamper cognitive performance and brain development. Chronic stress. Long-term stress triggers the release of cortisol, a hormone that, in excessive amounts, can be harmful to the brain. High levels of cortisol can damage the hippocampus, the brain region involved in learning and memory. Chronic stress can also lead to anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues, further impacting cognitive function. Additionally, stress can interfere with sleep and other healthy habits, compounding its negative effects on the brain. Lack of physical exercise. Regular physical exercise is vital for brain health as it increases blood flow to the brain, promoting the delivery of oxygen and nutrients. Exercise also stimulates the production of neurotrophic factors, which support the growth and survival of neurons. A sedentary lifestyle, on the other hand, can lead to reduced cognitive function and an increased risk of developing neurodegenerative diseases.
Wow.
Physical inactivity can also contribute to other health issues, such as obesity and cardiovascular disease, which can indirectly affect brain health. Dehydration. Water is crucial for maintaining optimal brain function. Even mild dehydration can lead to cognitive impairments, affecting concentration, alertness, and short-term memory. Chronic dehydration can cause more severe problems, such as confusion, delirium, and an increased risk of stroke. Ensuring adequate hydration is essential for maintaining the brain's ability to process information and perform complex tasks efficiently. Social isolation. Humans are social creatures, and social interactions play a significant role in maintaining brain health. Lack of social engagement can lead to feelings of loneliness and depression, both of which are linked to cognitive decline. Social isolation can also reduce mental stimulation, which is crucial for keeping the brain active and healthy. Engaging in social activities, maintaining relationships, and participating in community events can help preserve cognitive function and prevent mental health issues. Overuse of technology. While technology offers numerous benefits, excessive screen time can have detrimental effects on the brain. Overuse of digital devices can lead to problems with attention, memory, and problem-solving skills. It can also disrupt sleep patterns, leading to sleep deprivation. Additionally, constant exposure to digital stimuli can reduce the brain's ability to process information deeply
and engage in critical thinking. Setting boundaries for screen time and incorporating tech-free activities into daily routines can help mitigate these effects. Skipping breakfast. Breakfast provides the brain with essential nutrients and energy needed to start the day. Skipping breakfast can lead to lower energy levels, reduced concentration, and impaired cognitive function. Over time, this habit can contribute to nutrient deficiencies, affecting overall brain health. A balanced breakfast that includes proteins, healthy fats, and complex carbohydrates can support brain function and improve cognitive performance throughout the day. High blood pressure. Hypertension can damage blood vessels, reducing the blood flow to the brain and increasing the risk of stroke and cognitive decline. Chronic high blood pressure can also lead to the development of small blood vessel disease, which affects the brain's white matter, crucial for communication between different brain regions. Managing blood pressure through a healthy diet, regular exercise, and medication when necessary is essential for protecting brain health. Obesity. Obesity is linked to inflammation and insulin resistance, both of which can negatively impact brain function. Excess body fat can lead to the release of inflammatory cytokines, which can damage brain cells and impair cognition.
You don't warm up. Warm up? You just jump into it. Of course. You don't warm the back up? No. Is that what you're supposed to do? You're supposed to warm up? I mean, is that how you get big? And it's going to make the benching more efficient. Efficient? You want to try to efficient warm-ups? You know, we were gangsters. I thought we were criminals. I mean, I could just do it like this. All right. What do you start to say? What do you start? I know kilos. I don't even know these.
Imagine yourself in a new Toyota.
Love it.
Go from dreaming it to driving.
So this is 225, which would be pounds. All right, cool. You know what? Sorry, that. Hello? Oh, you're. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm following you. You're the expert. You're doing it. Well, I don't know. I'm just trying to get a work out of it. How you doing anyway? Bro, I've been so good. Yeah? So good. What's LA like? I mean, is it the place to be? Should I move to LA and get AG here after me? Is that what I should do? I mean, you should. I feel like I'm opening a gym in Miami. Oh, okay. I feel like Miami is more of a, but it's more of a party town. LA is, it's not what it was 10 years ago. It's very different. It's still a good place. A lot of people everyone still comes here. Yeah. The people who want to hate us are going to hate us. It's not even real. And it's getting to the point where, like, politics and social media and culture is just so ingrained that it's like, it's becoming like a fucking giant reality show. It's insane. It's fucking weird. I got a bench weird because my hands fucking up. Yeah, easy. Yeah, a little warm up. How many? Yeah, 9. 9? We'll go up a little bit. I haven't even lifted. I haven't even free bench. I haven't even free bar bench since I was with fucking Mike Thurston. You know Mike Thurston? Yeah. It's been 4 long years. So that technique's gonna be all shit. There you go. So funny. That's like, Jesus. 8? Yeah, 8. I don't even know how much this is. How much is this? Let's say 100 kilo? 100 kilo? 100 kilo, yeah. Easy. Let's go. That's fast. Not as easy as you. Not as easy as you. So you like in LA or? Love the weather. It's a lot cleaner than I remember, actually. I remember having a lot more crackheads. Depends where you go. There's a lot more crackheads and homeless. I expected to see tents. They seem to be gone. Yeah. What happened? They all set on fire? Well, no, the Olympics are coming up, so they're like, clean up the homeless? Clean it up. And then as soon as it's gone, it's safe here or is it dangerous? It depends where you go. It's definitely LA. Yeah. It's definitely depends where you are. Yeah, sure. you know, RFK, Elon, Joe Rogan, all these people who have always kind of aligned with the Democratic Party, and they're like, well, I find myself being Republican not by decision, not by choice, but by decision, because it's starting to just feel like they went so far in a different direction.
Yeah, I mean, they can't run a country. That's clear. If Trump would have lost, America would be done. America would be over. If Trump had lost, America would have never come back. I really think it was the end.
What do you think was going to happen? It's just going to continue to go down that rabbit hole?
Yeah, I mean, they would continue to just steal all the money. They would have been hiring for identity politics as opposed to competence. Everybody in every single politics was competent all the way through. That would have been on purpose so they could continue to just rape the tax base and steal as much money as possible.
I feel like that happens no matter what. That's the fucked up thing. The cynical view for me is like, that's the government and world powers. No matter what, they're doing that to every country, every group of people. It's just,
I agree. But I like to think that they're a little bit more hesitant now, like Daddy's talking.
yeah.
You got to misbehave a little bit less.
Yeah.
That was teaching me a lesson. I was like, Mr. No fucking way. How much is his?
315.
All right, and how many did it? Did I get it?
It's 11. It's so, but it doesn't. You weigh less. It's a 260. You know, it's a 260.
I feel small.
Well, you're very tall. You're not small. You know, there's a difference in weight.
10, yeah?
260 works in the gym, not really in fighting.
Well, it can work in fighting too. It depends how long the fight goes on for.
Sure.
You know, like, size matters. A lot of people say, oh, size doesn't matter. Bullshit. Size does matter. But after about a minute, endurance kicks in. And endurance matters. So, yeah, it's a combination.
Hello. Hello, everybody, though. Hi, why are you making... Yeah. I am watching TV and making live. Like that ain't it. It's actually funny because I literally just like did a bunch of push-ups. I'm just like watching TV. I want to do a 24-hour live. That's why. Never done that.
I'm close to the people who like the social stuff, and then they'll do events for the dream creators, all these who are like.
I want to show y'all what I'd be like in 24 hours. You know what?
So let me ask you a question on that. What do you think makes someone stand out?
Well, you need to have unique perspectives, and unique perspectives come from a unique life. And a unique life, quite often, can come from suffering and pain and bullshit. Your life's good. What are you really going to talk about? Like, you need to be able to go through hard times and then translate it in a way that people at home understand.
Yeah.
So, like, all the bad things that happened to me, yeah, they're shit at the time, but it makes fantastic fucking fun.
I'll still never forget the videos that you do and making music videos. Bro, like, I remember you then, like, what were you thinking you were gonna do?
I was just fucking around.
Bro, that shit was so funny.
Like, a long time ago, 5, 6 years ago. But, like, you need to have a unique story, and that's getting harder and harder to have nowadays.
Well, because everyone just, they have so much content, they just parrot other people's thoughts.
Well, even money's not unique anymore. It used to be able to just have money. Look, I bought Ferrari, look at my Ferrari. Who cares? No one.
Everyone has one.
No one gives a fuck about Ferrari. No one gives a fuck about girls. Everyone has girls. Everyone has cars. None of that matters anymore. So if you're going to take away struggling and pain and suffering, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
That's I hit this one go down. Look the fuck up, man. Come on. Come on, Brad. Oh, shit. after 3:15, 12 too. I'll go first. How'd you fuck your hand? My dog's fighting. I had to break him apart. I got bit. Bro, people have no idea how fucking hard that is. I had a pit bull and an Alaskan Malamute, and they went to fight. My girl's like, the dogs are fighting. I stroll out there in my fucking shorts going, come on, guys, stop. Oh, yeah. Fucking killing me. Bro, you can't fucking separate them. Yeah. I literally had to put my hands in their mouth and, like, open their mouth. Yeah. The problem with that is once you open their mouth, they're ready to fight down again because they're in this rage. Yeah. I removed them, and the one that's a little crazier than the other should have bit my hand like it was still, like, just, like, the dog was here and it just went bang. Fuck me up. Like, there's a giant hole in my hand. So what do you think you're going for? 50 reps, 60 days. Yeah, I'll be better at this than I will the heavyweights. I think heavyweights is a degree of practice and technique. No, I see you do on
Video live. Hey, shout out to Kenslow. They only have 110 views.
Stop laughing. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. Okay, y'all niggas make sure you count how much you did too. Don't laugh, nigga, don't laugh. Remember, make sure you're counting. I'm not keeping track. Come on, keep going, Nick. How much did you do, Joel? Shut all of them do muscle ups. That's crazy. Shit, we put that kind of shit. I did like 6 maybe. I did 8 short. How many you guys do? I did 15. 15? Yeah. 15 is crazy. Yeah. 15 is crazy. I thought 20 at one point. Yeah, around 3. We were running for high school like we don't go for high school anymore. I'm trying to unlock like new moves and stuff like that. They all was at 20. Did you like stuff like this in high school? Well, I actually got really good like 3 months ago. I fully got focused on calisthenics, but before that, I always grew up in the cars. Oh, so you just like doing anything else you can do? Rather than me, I got push-ups. Yeah. I feel like this is some type of push-ups. Some man push-ups. The push-ups I can do, but I try to like stick for a few seconds. Sometimes I can put myself you just want to be tough, bro. Just do as much as you're tired and everyone. Whoever goes down last wins. Oh, okay. Yeah. We're trying to go like at the same time. We'll start the season. We'll count each other down. But we'll probably. I'll count. No, we're just gonna start. I can sync with this guy. Like we literally. Oh, do that. Yeah, y'all can sync. So you guys go right beside each other. Yeah, you gotta go right beside each other. This is the sickest shit. This shit on camera, bro. I'm obsessed. All these niggas doing this shit. I bet. I'll send it to you. I bet. You ready? I'll do like you ready? Wait. All you gotta get out. 3, 2,
One, go. Damn. Damn, these guys are crazy.
Oh.
Damn, shit's...
Hey man, I'm around 5'10" and 150 pounds. My arms and stuff are kind of skinny, but I have some belly fat and love handle, so I can't see my abs. Do you think I should cut? Mods, banished into eternal torment. So you're skinny fat. You're skinny, so you should bulk, right? Well, you're also fat, so don't you need a cut? What the hell are you supposed to do? Wait, what if I just recomp to build muscle and lose fat at the same time? I asked myself the same thing during my fat loss journey after I went from obese ogre to skinny fat. Around that point, I got the idea to try to get jacked. I continued to try cutting/recomping through putting fat loss and cardio as my biggest priority while supplementing it with lifting, hoping it would get me a lean, athletic physique. This resulted in me continuing to lose some fat like I wanted, but I just ended up looking skinny.
So it's about a week ago.
When you get car insurance, you get a price based on all these drivers.
I got 3 consecutive life sentences plus 106 years.
3
Consecutive life sentences
plus
106 years. For some stuff that don't even carry this kind of, none of the charges carry this type of time, none of them. But I got time like I killed 30 people or something.
All right, cool. First and foremost, man, I want to thank you for taking the time, giving us opportunity to chop it up with you. Could you start by just giving us your name?
I'm Kobe. They call me Sleep though. So everybody that kind of know me from that world or whatever. But I'm Kobe.
Where'd you get the name Sleep, if you don't mind me asking?
In the streets, man. You know what I'm saying? Being in the streets, basically. So,
Where are you from?
from LA. South Central LA on the east side.
How long you been down?
Right now, 8 years. Yeah.
Do you have a date yet?
No, not at this present moment. But I know I'm about to get out though. But it gave me a crazy sentence for something I didn't even really do. I know you probably heard that a million times, but mine will be proven real soon. But for some stuff that don't even carry this kind of time, none of the charges carry this type of time, none of them. But I got time like I killed 30 people or something.
How much time did they give you?
I got 3 consecutive life sentences plus 106 years.
3
consecutive life sentences
plus
106 years.
Now, how can they even do that? Is it gang enhancement?
Man, it was all of that. It was like it's like what you call creative sentencing, right? I got conspiracy to extortion. That's my charge. Conspiracy to extortion. They changed. They gave me an alternate penalty for the conspiracy to extortion and put it under a game 186.22, which made them be able to give me a life sentence for something that only carried like 3 years. That's crazy, huh? For something they said I thought about doing, they gave me a life sentence for that. But it turns out, though, they can't do it under the word conspiracy doesn't fall up under that, so that's how I'm going to be able to go back and get out of here.
So is your case currently in the courts right
No,
now?
my case is final.
Really?
Yeah. So, but you know, because of that sentencing error, I'm gonna be able to, you know, get out of here because of that. And at the same time, too, there's a video in my case that the DA knew. I want to say that the DA knew that we were innocent of at least one specific charge, one specific count, and they still used it against us falsely. Right, so I can prove that too. So I'm waiting for that right now. Forensically, I can prove that. So that's no doubt, no trickery they can't do or none of that. So and I knew that they knew because they gave my co-defendant a crazy, awesome plea deal, so they wouldn't present that evidence. But if you knew that wasn't true, why would you still go forward with it? You know what I'm saying? So the system itself is crazy.
Were there ever any moments where you lost hope?
Oh, absolutely. It was crazy because when I first Not when I got found guilty, it's when I first got sentenced. The sentencing was like so bizarre. It was so crazy that my attorney was lost for words. So I knew if he lost for words, and he didn't do nothing in my case, if he was lost for words, you know what I'm saying? So once I got the sentencing and like the long bus ride back to the county jail, I was like, man, I'm supposed to go in here and first person say something to me, I'm supposed to dismantle her. You know what I mean? That's where my mind was at because I felt like that was the end of the world for me. You know what I mean? But the craziest thing that changed my mind from that instantly almost, I had to talk with my kid's mother, and she was like, I'm not telling them that. You don't have to tell them that. I'm not telling them that. So once I talked to my son, and my son was 16 at the time, when I talked to him, he talked to me like he was my father. It was crazy. It was crazy. He talked to me, and it was just that moment right there changed my whole mindset. Yeah, it changed my whole mind. It changed the way I thought, period, about this life. And he went on to graduate high school, graduate college. You know what I'm saying? And that moment right there, I missed that. So if anything I'm salty about is that, not being able to be there for his graduation and for his college graduation. Because I'm a hands-on father. I'm there, period. I'm not, you know what I mean? If I'm not there, I can't be there. That's, obviously. But, and then it messed up my daughter. Made my daughter have like a nervous little breakdown. You know what I mean? But she was older, but still. You know what I mean? Then it kind of made me understand how much, because you really don't know how much your kids love you, right? So then when I started seeing them type of moments, I was like, wow, it kind of really resonated with me. But it helped me change my mindset. And because of it, look at the position I'm in now. Now imagine if I would have came here and went crazy. And it's the place to do it. Calipad definitely the place to act a fool at right here. This is the worst prison probably they got going. But, you know, that's it.
I wonder if we could take a moment, if you have a message directly you want to share directly to your kids, if you want to share a couple words for them that, we can get over to them if you want to look.
Yeah, I got a message for all people out there that's really a part of the gang life. I just put it to you like this. It's real simple. If you're going to kill, or if you're willing to kill this individual over this particular street, this particular neighborhood, this particular color, and if you get the opportunity to actually do it and you get caught, because you're going to get caught, there's so many cameras and stuff out there. I just tell you, look at it like this. You're going to kill somebody for something that you don't own, something that you can be from this particular street, and they can change it to John Wayne Boulevard, because you don't own none of it, right? But then you're going to come into this penitentiary, and you're not going to fight damn one of those dudes. You're not going to argue with them. You're not going to swing on them. You're not going to do nothing to them. So what's the purpose of killing them out there, and you're going to come and spend the rest of your life in here and don't never do nothing to none of them? That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous way of thinking, and you need to change that. And if we all thought like that, then it'll change immediately. Because you're going to go kill somebody because they say they're from this neighborhood, or they got this color on. But then you're going to come in here every single day and don't touch now one of those dudes. That's the most ignorant stuff I've ever been a part of in my life. Like, that's just ignorant. The mentality is ignorant. You know what I mean? So that's my message to anybody out there. Just think about that before you do it. You're going to come into this penitentiary and spend the rest of your life in here and don't touch none of those dudes. You're not going to, politics-wise, you're not going to be able to do it. Are they going to get you? Your homies going to get you. So that's stupid. So why do it? That's my message.
How long did it take you to grow this mindset?
Really, I knew it from the first time. This is not my first time being at the penitentiary. So the first time I came to the penitentiary, I experienced that. We was so-called beefing with these particular individuals or whatever. And I came in here, seen all of these dudes, and nobody was doing nothing to them. So I'm like, what's the purpose of that, right? You know what I'm saying? So from that point on, I was done with that. As far as like game banging, I was done with that aspect of it. So I probably would still only do something to you if I felt like he was going to do something to me. But, even though that's still
24-hour live.
That's why I said 1 foot in, 1 foot out. If you're still willing to do something to somebody for something
become ignorant, then you still got one foot in. So, you know, so that it changed for me instantly when I came the first time. But I've been back to jail because the laws are so crazy. I still had the belief in my mind because you be in here for so long. People come in here and they telling you all this crazy stuff, so you believe it. So they was telling me about these dudes killing these dudes. This what's going on. So I always had a gun, but I got caught with the gun, and instead of me getting time like you might get, I'm getting a million years for it. You know what I'm saying? Instead of me getting that 16 months of county jail time, I'm getting 9 or 10 years for it, or 3 strike for it. So.
I want to ask you something as well. We can think back and reflect on your childhood. Which one of your favorite?
Make 2025 the year resolutions become reality. Start your degree with WGU. Things people love.
Do you want to ding to your credit? I don't want to ding. So when I needed a new credit card, I went to Experian. See these cards?
This entire nature reserve is untouched by man.
Must be useful.
Or what's one of your fondest childhood memories?
I can't even really say that because my parents died when I was young. My father died when I
Say,
was 7 of leukemia.
I just
My mother
did,
died the following
nigga.
month. She got murdered.
And
So I can't really say I had no.
MVD, you didn't even suspend me.
So there's nothing positive that you can remember about your childhood. Yeah. That's powerful, bro. I appreciate you sharing. I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. It's life. You know what I mean? Life.
A lot of people could never fathom.
Right.
Me, at the age of 36, one of my biggest fears is losing my parents. I think about that every day. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like I'm somewhat emotionally stable. I couldn't only imagine being 7 and 8 years old and dealing with that. You know? So, you feel like that played a major part?
Absolutely.
In the role that
Absolutely. And they, even the courts even knew that, right? Even the courts even, you know, because I got older sister siblings. And they explained that, you know, to them. Even in a detailed way where I wouldn't be able to explain it. And at the same time, too, at that time, I didn't have no therapy. You know what I'm saying? I didn't go through no therapy. You're a child like that should ask that. I was having what you call, I was outlashing or out, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Having outbursts basically in school, you know what I mean? Or didn't want to sit there, didn't want to listen to nobody. Because I felt like couldn't nobody tell me nothing. I don't have no parents. So I'm not listening to nobody. That's how I felt. You know what I mean? So that contributed to how I, you know what I'm saying, my behavior basically. You know what I'm saying? From that point, I didn't care. But at the same time, too, something in me knew that I had to learn something. You know, I had to be smart some kind of way. So I always was intellectual. Always knew all the work. I could spell. I was in the spelling bees, all that. I did all math right now. I went to college, all that stuff right now. So I knew that you had to have some sort of intelligence. You know what I mean? But I didn't know for what reason. You know what I mean? Because I didn't have nobody to really install nothing in me.
You know, I'm gonna wrap it up soon, but one of the things that is very apparent just looking at you is that you have discipline. You don't attain a physique like that if you don't have discipline. So is that something that you can speak on? Like, how does working out, like, does it help your mental health?
Oh, absolutely. It's therapeutic, right? So if you look right now online, everybody's doing all of this, working out type of thing for their mental wellness. And for me, I was doing it before I even understood it. But I did used to tell people that I have to go out here and work out. So because if you straining right, and this is just my take on it, if you straining to get this one last rep, it's taking all of that strength out of you or all of that other nonsense out of you just to get this rep, so you're not thinking about that. So you exerting all this energy, you don't have time for nothing else. So now even if I wanted to go do something, I had to take a break, right? So in between taking that break, I didn't calm down. You see what I'm saying? Because most people tell you if you call 911 right now, first thing they're going to tell you is what? Calm down, take a deep breath. But when you relax, doing that, when you're working out, you're taking deep breaths because you got to go over and get your breath back for the next set. So
in that process, you know what I mean, you're relaxing, but you don't even know it.
You know what? I never thought about it from that perspective.
Right.
I appreciate you sharing some knowledge, some game. I need to get my.
Right, for sure, man. Man, that's nothing, bro. It's just all up here. It's all in the mind, man. Everything's in the mind. Absolutely. I will share this last thing, though. I mean, that for most people out there, I'm not a religious person, but I'm spiritual. And if you look at
I say that shit all the time.
The guru or God or whatever you want to call it, always had to go to the darkness before they got to the light. And I say that in this way. You have to close your eyes, which is the darkness, in order for you to be enlightened into the light. So if you meditate, that's what I do. I meditate. You have to go through the darkness. Jesus meditated. That's when he said he went on the mountaintop, talked to the Father. What he was doing, he was meditating. Everybody meditate, because that's how you got to get to the light. And it's just simple. You don't have to do nothing else. Just close your eyes. Sit still for a little while. Same thing as taking that deep breath.
I love that, bro.
Right.
I love that. And you got a message to the women.
This is like shit I already do.
This with men too, though. Everybody out here changing their bodies and feeling like they need to look like a certain type of way, but you going here getting physically enhanced and all that. God didn't make no, especially if you believe in God. God didn't make no mistake on you. God didn't make no mistake on nobody. If that's the case, you know what I'm saying? If I got my crooked teeth, my gap in my teeth, I'm not changing that. I might get them whitened, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not changing that. That's how I'm supposed to look, because I'm supposed to be different from you. How's would I even know you in a crowd of people? I can't spot out my girl if she's looking like everybody else out here. That's how. And then you spending all this money. You gotta understand something's wrong with you mentally, and you need to correct that. It's not your body. That's because your body is nothing. But yeah.
No, absolutely. And then another game, you said like you don't really get visitation.
Oh, right. No, like family members. I appreciate you guys for coming here, because you have to look at it like this. If whatever drove you to being in here, if you was from somebody else got you in here, and you stayed with it, so it captured you in some sort of kind of way. When most people, family members, won't even come in here to see them, or take the time out to see them, or even take the call. They just so happen they make calls. You don't have to pay for the calls no more. They don't ever answer them. You see what I'm saying? So we need people like you on the outside, people, because every human being needs some sort of affection at some point. And it's not a physical affection, but somebody to talk to just for 20, 30 minutes is enough sometimes. The last month, another 10 years. You know what I'm saying? You might not see nobody for another 10 years. So this might last me another 10 years. I'm not saying I'm going to be in here with other people, because I'm for sure not going to be in here. Yeah, man. So we appreciate that part of it. You know what I mean? And, all the pictures and all that stuff, that's extra. Just sitting out here, just talking to you right here, just having a conversation where I don't feel pressured, or, you know what I'm saying, or nobody's pressing me to do this, or this is not, just random. Bugs eat me up.
Yeah,
at the same time.
You gotta let them know the bugs.
Right. Bugs is eating you up.
I no itch from nothing.
No, right. I don't have no spring. Yeah, for sure, good, man. These spiders don't play.
Crazy, no matter how much you lift, no matter how much you bench press, a bug is
it's gonna tear you up.
Gonna tear you up.
You gotta think about it. You ever watch the bug run across the ground?
Yeah.
They flying across the ground. So we was having this talk, like how fast could that be? It's gotta be superhuman, right?
Yeah.
If it's flying, because you can't catch it, and we can run like that. That's I wish we could run like that. Imagine we could run like that.
Nah, that's real.
But yeah, no.
Yo, what would you say to people on the outside who might question why groups like this come in, or why people are paying attention to men behind, or men or women behind bars, people who have committed crimes? There's a lot of people who,
most people will probably refer to, or if they had something to say negative, would probably go back and say that you had a family member that's real close to you, so that's your reasoning for doing it. And that's not necessarily true, right? You might know of people that have done it, that might have kind of got you started, but what about the other people that you brought along? You know what I mean? So you see it's this humanity. That's all it is. You cannot run from humanity. Like say, take a racist person. There's no such thing as no racist person on this planet. I bet no such thing as a racist person on this planet. None.
what makes you say that?
Because if his ass was in a burning car and it was flipped over and I reached his black hand up in there to help pull his ass out of there, he gonna grab it. You'd rather burn to death before you touch my black hand if that's how you feel. But I reach this motherfucker up in there, I guarantee you gonna grab it. And boy, like you might still call me some names after I get you out of there, but you gonna grab that motherfucker, I'll bet you that.
So how do we get people to recognize that in real time without putting them in that situation where they're in a burning car or burning building?
Really, you gotta let people, you gotta understand we don't have the ability to change everybody. So you just have to do what you know you're supposed to do. As long as you're doing what you're supposed to do, then that's all you can do. Because that's your purpose, right? You know what I mean? You can't go out here trying to change the world by trying to talk to every single person. You do what you have to do for yourself. And if you getting on the camera and all that, that's your thing. Then whoever taps in and see it and it resonates with them, they're gonna tap back in. People see it passing by like we do right now. You scroll through stuff, see it, keep it pushing.
Hard wins on them.
Okay, little Wendy's hack. If you want a super fresh, high quality burger every time, tell them you want a hamburger. That's a hack, right? No? A hack-free burger made fresh for you? Gotta be Wendy's.
Do you even have pores?
No, she's a literal perfection.
When you get car insurance, you get a price based on all these drivers. But when you get car insurance with Lemonade, you get a price based on you. If you drive less, you save. If you drive safely, you save. Whatever your age. We see you new drivers. You can even save by customizing your policy to suit you. And when you need help, we've got you. Sign up through the Lemonade app or at lemonade.com/car. Just don't do it while driving.
Visceral fat is the most dangerous type of fat.
A few months before his death, Bruce Lee travels to America and is a guest on a television program. When he steps on stage, he speaks with profound wisdom. In that moment, he speaks those legendary words, not only about martial arts, but about the nature of man, and those words are memorable. All quotes here are taken from his television programs. Please watch the video without skipping to the end. Yourself. Life itself is your teacher, and you are in a state of constant learning. It is far better to be alone than to be in bad company. If you think a thing is impossible, you'll only make it impossible. Love and respect. Without respect, love cannot go long. If you don't want to slip up tomorrow, speak the truth today. Your greatest asset in the world is your mindset. If you can stay positive in a negative situation, you win. Never tolerate disrespect, not even from yourself. Everyone leaves. Learn how to survive alone. The most dangerous person is the one who listens, thinks, and observes. One of the best lessons you can learn in life is to master how to remain calm. A wise man can always be found alone. A weak man can always be found in a crowd. Focus on making yourself better, not on thinking that you are better. Control your anger. If you have anger towards others, they control you. If you spend too much time thinking about a thing, you'll never get it done. To be the best, you must be able to handle the worst. Patience can cook a stone. Running water never gets old, so you just have to keep floating. As you think, so shall you become. Ignorance is the root and stem of all evil. If you only talk about water, it will never quench your thirst. If you want to know water, you have to drink it and swim in it. Think before trusting anyone, because there are many types of people.
Yo, let's listen to that quote again. Hold up. That was a good ass quote.
Ignorance is the root and stem of all evil. If you only talk about water, it will never quench your thirst. If you want to know water, you have to drink it and swim in it.
If you only want to talk about water, it will only quench your thirst. If you want to know water, you will have to drink it and swim in it. That is just that's that quote shit.
Think before trusting anyone, because there are many types of people in this world. An angry person makes a fool of himself very quickly.
What did he say there?
Man,
Hold up, what did he say there?
as you think, so shall you become. Ignorance is the root and stem of all evil. If you only talk about water,
No, we
it will
already
never
listened to
quench
that.
your thirst. If you want to know water, you have to drink it and swim in it. Think before trusting anyone, because there are many types of people in this world. An angry person makes a fool of himself very quickly. A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. Do not correct a fool or he will hate you. Correct a wise man and he will appreciate you. Do not allow negative thoughts to enter your mind, for they are the weeds that strangle confidence. I'm not teaching you anything. I just help you to explore yourself. Knowledge will give you power, but character gives respect.
Yes.
Smart people learn from everything and everyone. Average people from their experiences. Stupid people already have all the answers.
Wow.
He who has peace of mind disturbs neither himself nor another. All truths are not to be told. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak. Rule your mind, or it will rule you. Experience is the hardest kind of teacher. It gives you the test first and the lesson afterward. Have patience. All things are difficult before they become easy. When you accept yourself, the whole world accepts you. Calm is a superpower. When you talk, you are only repeating what you already know. But if you listen, you may learn something new. Remember, no man is really defeated unless he is discouraged. Every situation in life is temporary. So when life is good, make sure you enjoy and receive it fully. And when life is not so good, remember that it will not last forever.
Yo,
Better days are on the way.
Joe G man. Hey, be that in the
Greatest
toe man.
mistake you can make
Co
in
man.
life is to be continually fearing you will make one. The more I learn,
Locked up at 16 years old now, a fitness guru.
So throughout this 17 years, I've been working.
I mean, listening to your music, you tell like really detailed stories in a lot of your songs.
Wow.
You know, and that's one thing I noticed. And you tell quite a few stories about your upbringing.
I'm doing a 24-hour live stream. It's already been 2 hours. I am answering you, you Yusuf Beast. I'm too distant, yeah. I'm too distant, yeah.
very much. No, sir. I appreciate your help. Thank you. Hey, babe. Did you find her? Did you find it? Oh my God. Oh wow. I understand. So other than that, it wasn't that like she was taking it out of him. She was just overwhelmed. Okay.
Ah, yo, man. Joji, man. Can y'all hear me? Back to 0 people. I'm doing a 24-hour live stream today. Trying to. I'm trying to see how long I could do a live stream for. Just fucking around. Spit it or rap it, dap it, lap it, cap it. I don't even give a fuck about it. What you doing? I'm giving a fuck about your bitch because I'm really just fucking up in the ceiling. Yeah, I'm higher than a bitch. Yeah, you know, Mary Jane get me all the way up to here. Yeah, I'm just so tired when I'm up to here. Yeah, I just don't want to give a fuck. Yeah, give a fuck about a bitch, but she keep it on the real tuck. Man, I need crackhead money. Man, I try to work like a crackhead. I feel that shit is not working. I'll be doing all the routes, all the options. All the routes, all the options. It's just kind of sad. Oh, motherfucker. That's why I had it right here.
This morning, we're waiting to hear from the White House today after a tense hearing.
Math.
That's 60%.
Does God exist? Many atheists think there's no reason to believe in God because we have science to explain everything in the universe. It's true that science is it. Does God exist? Many atheists think there's no reason to believe in God because we have science to explain everything in the universe. It's true that science is able to explain the natural world, that's what it's for, but by definition, science cannot tell us whether there's anything outside or above the natural world. In other words, whether there's anything supernatural. Generally, when people speak of God, they mean a supernatural, all-knowing mind who is everywhere and can do anything. So what is math and what does it have to do with God? Math is about numbers and information about those numbers and ways numbers connect to each other, but where do we find all this math? We can't see math, we can't touch math, we can't taste math. Math is only in the mind. We find it simply by thinking about it and figuring more and more things out. But wait, math also explains things. Math can explain everything from simple counting to the movement of planets. For anything you can think of, there's a bunch of math that explains what's going on, even down to the atomic level. So if math is only in our minds, but it also explains the natural world, then where does it come from? There's two possibilities, really. One is that math is just something we invented to explain what we have in the natural world, and that would mean the origin of math is natural. But the other possibility is that math is already there because it controls the universe, and we've discovered it. And if that's true, then the origin of math is supernatural. Here's why the latter option is correct. Math contains infinite information. There's an infinite number of numbers, each with their own individual properties, and there's an infinite number of numbers in between any two numbers. And we keep discovering things. Pi, which is the number that explains the area of a circle, has an infinite number of digits that we keep discovering by doing calculations. If we were just making this stuff up, we could make pi be whatever we want it to be, but we can't do that because we know that that's not true. We know that all this information is out there somewhere, but it can't be in our physical universe because our universe is finite and math is infinite. That means math contains every possible combination of numbers, and if we use numbers as code for letters, then math contains every possible combination of letters as well. That means every book that has ever been written already exists encoded in math somewhere. In fact, every book that possibly could be written already exists in math. And if we use numbers as code for particles and their locations, then you could say there's an exact copy of our universe encoded in math. But there's also more stuff in math. So that's why math can't possibly be contained just within our universe. But that's just the beginning. There's many pieces of evidence in math to show that math has a designer. Here's an example. One time someone discovered that this simple equation makes a very interesting shape when you graph it in the complex plane, and this is called the Mandelbrot set. But people have analyzed this shape and have found some very scary things about it. What's amazing about the Mandelbrot set is that you can zoom in infinitely and you'll keep finding new things. Over here, you can keep finding more and more copies of the Mandelbrot set no matter how far you zoom in. You could even zoom in really close to something like this, and it takes a while, but look, there's another little baby Mandelbrot set. Alternatively, you could go into this region and find completely different things.
On the left side of this thing, you'll find these weird elephant-shaped things that have spirals that go on forever. And you could even zoom into the side of one of the spirals and find new spirals that repeat infinitely and keep generating new infinite patterns like this. Or you could go on the other side of the elephants and find these weird seahorse-shaped things that have different kinds of spirals that are connected to each other, and once again, they keep going on forever. You can zoom in infinitely, and you'll keep finding new patterns, but like I said, it's a different type of pattern. Seriously, anytime you explore the Mandelbrot set, you can find brand new things, possibly things that no human has ever seen before, because like I said, there is infinite complexity and infinite information in this one shape. That's why this little shape is so scary. We did not invent this because we discovered it by accident, but we did not discover it in our universe. It has infinite complexity, so it can't possibly be in our universe because the universe doesn't have infinites. We discovered it just by calculating it. So where the heck did this thing come from? Basic common sense says that someone designed this, but no human designed it. Like we said, math only exists in the mind, so its origin must also be a mind. Math contains infinite information, so this mind must be all-knowing. Math controls the universe, so this mind must also be all-powerful. And math is beyond and outside of our natural world, so this mind must be supernatural. And we have just described God. All these numbers and mathematical facts exist in the infinite mind of God, but it's not just mathematical
Holy
truth that
fuck,
exists
I
in the
was
mind of God,
sleeping.
but also moral truth and any kind of truth at all. Goodness, truth, and beauty are just mere opinions of the human mind, unless there is a supreme mind, God, who overrules
Yo,
all
I was
human
actually
opinions.
sleeping.
Because math
Yo,
is
hold
beyond
up.
time, space, and limits,
This is
the
actually
existence of math
filming
proves the existence
documentary,
of God,
bro.
because math is in the mind of God. As the great scientist Galileo
This is
said,
actual filming
math is the
documentary.
language with which God has
Documentation.
written the universe.
Hey, so I want a new credit card to grow my credit. Now, Experian can help me find credit cards with no ding decline. Now, these cards won't ding my credit if I'm not approved.
No ding?
No ding.
No ding?
Get the free Experian app today.
Super hydration. Keeps me 24/7 moisturized and smells like a Fiji vacation.
I remember a long, long ago. I had
You're saying there is no secular
Oh my God.
explanation for what I'm going to share with you. This
Almost
secret
fell.
code only makes sense.
Crashed on my ass.
There was a movie a few
And
years
that
ago,
bitch sat
National
down too
Treasure,
fast.
where Nicolas Cage
Come here,
finds a
slut.
secret code on the back of the Declaration of Independence. And it
Yo,
leads
that's my
into
girl,
other
dog.
clues and so on. And obviously, the code was put there by very intelligent people, and that implies intelligence when you find a code like that.
I don't give
What
a
if
fuck
there
about
were
the
a
world.
code
God send me to piss the world
embedded
off.
in numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4. What if there was a secret code embedded in them that we finally got around to discovering? What would that imply? What if there was a message inside numbers? What would that imply? It would tell us something about the intelligence of the person who made numbers. Now, we don't often think about God creating numbers because they're abstract. We think about God creating animals and stars and planets and so on. But numbers, God is responsible for them as well. Even though they're abstract and conceptual, God's sovereign over the abstract just as much as he is the physical universe. And as a matter of fact, there is a secret code built into numbers, and it is mind-blowing. And this is something that I read about when I was pretty young, really, and it was mind-blowing to me.
Does God exist? Many atheists that we keep discovering by doing calculations. If we were just making this stuff up, we could make pi be whatever we want it to be, but we can't do that because we know that that's not true. We know that all this information is out there somewhere, but it can't be in our physical universe because our universe is finite and math is infinite. That means math contains every possible combination of numbers, and if we use numbers as code for letters, then math contains every possible combination of letters as well. That means every book that has ever been written already exists encoded in math somewhere. In fact, every book that possibly could be written already exists in math. And if we use numbers as code for particles and their locations, then you could say there's an exact copy of our universe encoded in math. But there's also more stuff in math. So that's why math can't possibly be contained just within our universe. But that's just the beginning. There's many pieces of evidence in math to show that math has a designer. Here's an example. One time someone discovered that this simple equation makes a very interesting shape when you graph it in the complex plane, and this is called the Mandelbrot set. But people have analyzed this shape and have found some very scary things about it. What's amazing about the Mandelbrot set is that you can zoom in infinitely and you'll keep finding new things. Over here, you can keep finding more and more copies of the Mandelbrot set no matter how far you zoom in. You could even zoom in really close to something like this, and it takes a while, but look, there's another little baby Mandelbrot set. Alternatively, you could go into this region and find completely different things. On the left side of this thing, you'll find these weird elephant-shaped things that have spirals that go on forever, and you could even zoom into the side of one of the spirals and find new spirals that repeat infinitely and keep generating new infinite patterns like this. Or you could go on the other side of the elephants and find these weird seahorse-shaped things that have different kinds of spirals that are connected to each other, and once again, they keep going on forever. You can zoom in infinitely, and you'll keep finding new
Oh my
patterns.
gosh, this
Like I
top
said,
is
it's a
so
different type
fucking
of
dumb,
pattern.
man.
Seriously, anytime you explore the Mandelbrot set, you can find brand new things, possibly things that no human has ever seen before, because like I said, there is infinite complexity and infinite information in this one shape. That's why this little shape is so scary. We did not invent this because we discovered it by accident, but we did not discover it in our universe. It has infinite complexity, so it can't possibly be in our universe because the universe doesn't have infinites. We discovered it just by calculating it. So where the heck did this thing come from? Basic common sense says that someone designed this, but no human designed it. Like we said, math only exists in the mind, so its origin must also be the mind. Math contains infinite information, so this mind must be all-knowing. Math controls the universe, so this mind must also be all-powerful. And math is beyond and outside of our natural world,
Math is
so
God.
this mind must be supernatural. And we have just described God. All these numbers and mathematical facts exist in the infinite mind of God. But it's not just mathematical truth that exists in the mind of God, but also moral truth and any kind of truth at all. Goodness, truth, and beauty are just mere opinions of the human mind, unless there is a supreme mind, God, who overrules all human opinions. Because math is beyond time, space, and limits, the existence of math proves the existence of God because math is in the mind of God. As the great scientist Galileo said, math is the language with which God has written the universe.
Yes. Joe G, man. Y'all P, man. Y'all Key, man.
I dare say there is.
That's 60% of your grade. Okay. And the third one is the final project, which is the remaining 30%. And that's just written. Okay, so there are details on the website about the final project. You do it. The last day of reading period, you submit your project, and I grade it. Okay, so let's see. Final project. So there's a proposal for your final project due, I think, it's on the website, but I think it's October 30th. And then project due last day of reading period. Okay. So yeah, I'll read through the proposals and make sure I like the idea of the project and give you feedback regarding it, and then you spend the last 6 weeks working on the project, roughly 6 weeks. Let's see what else. P-sets, all P-sets should be law-teched. And
You submit them by email. Okay. And also, PSETs have page limits, meaning your PSET should not be longer than the specified page limit. Okay. To avoid people just typing mindlessly if they don't know the answer to a problem. Okay. Actually, brief solutions are appreciated. There's one part of the course that, so we'll see how many people actually stay in this class. Right now it looks like a lot, but it's shopping period. Depending on the final size of the class, or actually this will most likely happen, students will also take turns being graders. You probably have to do it once during the semester, but a team of maybe 3 to 4 or some number of students together with the TF will meet once a week and or once per PSET and grade that PSET. Okay, so that's a required part of the class. Students have to be graders at least once. Okay, and these things are first come, first serve. And you have to scribe at least once, possibly twice if the class gets very small. These things are first come, first serve, so if there's a date that you really want, you know it'll be available to scribe, for example, then sign up right away before it gets taken. Also, scribe notes are due the following day, so you have a little more than 24 hours to scribe your lecture notes. They're due 9 p.m. on the following day. Is there something I wanted to say about that? Yeah, I mean, I know it's a short amount of time, so just do the best job you can, and then I might make a pass over them myself and make some edits. Okay, good. So I think that's all I want to say about logistics. Any questions about that? Yeah. Oh, okay. I put them in. Okay, maybe talk to me afterward because anything else? Yeah. Only a subset of students will be scribing each lecture, or everyone scribing. One person will be the scribe for that lecture. Actually, yeah, I need a scribe for today. So who thinks that they're going to be in this class for sure and is willing to scribe today's lecture? Okay. Good. Any other questions? Okay, so good. So this is advanced algorithms. Who has taken CS124 or some form of algorithms course before this? Okay, a lot, most people, I guess. So I guess the main difference between CS124 and CS224, well, first of all, I guess algorithms is very broad. So even though 124 was a whole semester of algorithms, we didn't see all there is to know about algorithms, even in terms of topics. So in 224, we'll see some models for analyzing efficiency, or some measures of efficiency, or models of algorithms that we didn't see in 124. Also, I guess it will be more theory focused. There won't be any programming assignments, although for the final project, you can do an implementation project that's described on the website. But the PSETs will be purely just written PSETs, okay, no programming. What else do I want to say? So I guess the goals of this course. I guess they're what you would expect. Increased ability to analyze and create algorithms. Okay, we're going to see lots of different techniques in this class for analyzing algorithms, many of which were not in 124, and also modeling. Creating looking at different models. we're seeing, inspiration from models, looking at different models within which to analyze algorithms. So in 124, we usually just looked at, say, running time. And running time, we didn't, I guess, really ever define it. It was just the number of steps of the algorithm. And we also looked at memory, minimizing the amount of memory used by the algorithm. But here there will be other parameters that we'll look at as well. Okay. So I think I'm just going to get started. I used the wrong board first. So speaking of models, so who here has seen sorting? Okay, good. That's what I expected. Who here knows that you can't sort n numbers faster than n log n? Okay. So that's actually, I lied to you. You can sort n numbers faster than n log n. Okay, so today and the next lecture, we're going to see something. We're not going to do the full sorting algorithm, but we're going to look at a related problem, a data structural problem, which is predecessor. We'll look at the static predecessor problem. It's a static predecessor problem. Okay, so this is a data structural problem. So the data structure represents a set S of items, x1 up to xn. Okay, and we support one kind of query, which is predecessor of x. Predecessor of x is the max element which is less than x. Or let me say predecessor of z is the maximum of x and s. Let me write this, the maximum x and s such that x is less than z. We want low space and fast query. And this word, so predecessor, you see why that's there. Static, in data structure speak, static just means that the set S of items doesn't change. If you had said a dynamic data structural problem like dynamic predecessor, you would also support the insertion and deletion of items. Okay. We'll also look at so static versus dynamic. Static, no insertions. Dynamic, insertions. Okay. So what's one way someone knows how to solve dynamic or static predecessor quickly? Using, say, linear space. And a binary search tree. Store the numbers and do binary search. Yeah, yeah. So example solution that works. Store numbers sorted, and then do binary search. Is this static or dynamic? Okay. Okay, so this is static, and what's the query time? Log n. Okay, and what if you wanted log n dynamic query time? Yeah, so log n, so I'll log in dynamic query using a balanced BST, say like a red-black tree or something. And the second solution also supports login for updates, for insertions and deletions. Okay. So if you use, I mean, this is not, this is not usually the way people teach sorting algorithms at first, but I claim that if you have such a solution to dynamic predecessor, then you can get, and let's say all the numbers are distinct, okay? You can get a fast sorting algorithm, right? So what do you do to get a fast sorting algorithm using dynamic predecessor? You first go through in linear time your input and find the maximum. And then you go through the input again and just insert them all into a predecessor data structure. Okay, and then now you output the max, you compute its predecessor, now you have the second biggest, compute its predecessor, etc. And you'll retrieve all the items in sorted order. So you just sorted the elements using a dynamic predecessor data structure. Okay, and what I'm going to show you today, and as well as Thursday, is a faster dynamic predecessor, faster than log n. Okay, so actually, I won't exactly show you that. Today I'll show you two data structures, one of which is dynamic, and the other I'll show you the static version. It can be made dynamic, but it's more complicated. I'll just show you the basic ideas to get the static data structure. But I promise I'll give you a reference that shows you it can be made dynamic, and if you use those data structures, you can beat n log n for sorting. Okay, but some people raised their hand when they said that they knew that sorting couldn't be done faster than n log n. Okay, so for the people who said they know sorting can't be done faster than n log n, what assumption are you making about sorting algorithm? It's comparison-based sorting, right? Which means you have n items, and in each step, your algorithm is allowed to choose two items and compare them, and based on the results of the comparison, it can make further comparisons. Okay. But that's not how real computers work, right? So when you code in C, first of all the input numbers are integers, let's say, or floats. There's something that fit in some, say, 32 or 64-bit word. And you can do bitwise XOR and bit shifting and all kinds of other operations, which are not just comparison and multiplication, right? So that inspires the word RAM model. Okay. So items are integers in the range from 0, 1, up to 2 to the w minus 1. Okay. And w is the word size. And the universe size u is 2 to the w, is 2 to the w minus 1, is 2 to the w minus 1. Okay. And we also assume that pointers fit in a word. Okay. So for the last assumption, if you have a data structure that's storing n items, presumably your data structure is using at least n space to even remember what the items were, right? So we know that space is at least n. Okay. And if a pointer fits in a word, well, a pointer is what? An address into our space. So W should be at least log of the space, which we just said is at least log n. Okay, so we're always going to assume that our word size W is at least log n. Okay. And what I'm going to show you today and on Thursday are two different predecessor data structures that get different bounds. One is going to be better when W is small, like closer to log n. One is going to be better when W is very large. So two data structures. So one is the, it's called the Van, well, that's in lowercase, Van and de Boas trees. This is from what year? Somewhere sometime in the 70s. So I'll frequently put the conference or journal name in the year. So this is for the scribes. And this is due to Van and de Boas. And if you Google it, you'll find a reference. So please put a reference in the scribe notes. And what this gets is update. This is dynamic, so it supports updates. Update and query are both going to be log W time. Okay. And the second thing that I'm going to cover, and it's, and we're going to show also that, well, let me say something else. The unfortunate thing, though, is going to be that the space is going to be U. And, you know, I like linear space, independent of the universe size. Right? Imagine if you have a 64-bit machine, U is 2 to the 64. So I don't want to use 2 to the 64 space ever. And we'll see that this can be made theta n with randomization. And we'll also see a related data structure called Y-fast trees, tries, which get the same bounds. Okay. And this is due to Willard in IPL 83. So originally, Van and de Boas in his paper didn't get linear space. But the move from U space to linear space is going to turn out to be pretty simple. And the second data structure we're going to see, so this is the one that can be made dynamic, but I'm only going to present the static version in class, otherwise it gets too complicated. These are fusion trees. Okay, and this is due to Fredman and Willard. I believe in JCSS 93. Okay. And these support query in time log base W of n. And it's also linear space. So already this beats binary search trees, right? If W is at least log n, log, remember log base W of n is the same thing as log n over log W. So this is never going to be more than log n over log n. But of course, we could choose, based if we know W, and we know the machine that we're coding on, if we know W, we can choose the better of fusion trees and, let's say, Van der Waals trees or Y-fast trees. So we can, that implies that we can achieve the min of log W and log base W of n, right? And the min of this is, if we want to maximize this expression, we'll do it when these two things are equal, which means log W equals log n over log W, which means log n is the square of log W. Okay. Which is, so this will be always at most square root log n. Okay. Okay, good. And I mentioned that this can be made dynamic. So in particular, that means you can sort in time n times the square root of log n. Okay. Things that I won't cover in this class. This implies with dynamic fusion trees, O of n root log n sorting. Okay. Questions? So there's going to be so there's an issue which I haven't discussed, which is the pre-processing time to actually create the data structure. So in the dynamic case, when you start with an empty data structure, that doesn't come into play. But with the static case, we're going to spend polynomial time to actually create this this fusion tree, and that's going to be bad for sorting. Any other questions? Okay. So you can ask, is n root log n the best sorting algorithm in this model? And you can actually get faster sorting. Okay. So you can get O of n log n deterministic. This is due to Hahn in Stock 2002. You can also get O of n square root log n, expected time randomized. This is due to Hahn and Thorup in Fox of 2002. Which is about 5 months later. And it's an open question whether or not you can get a linear time sorting algorithm in this model. So it's possible. There's nothing saying that you can't do it. Okay. And let me go back to the word round model before I actually present the Van der Waals data structure. Okay, so I mentioned you can do more than just compare. So what can we do? So word RAM. Assume that given x, y fitting in a word, we can do basically all the things that you can do in, say, C. So you can do integer arithmetic, so plus, minus, divide, times, minus. And this is integer division, so it rounds down. Okay. You can also do bitwise negation, XOR, OR, and can't write and properly. Okay. And you can also do bit shifting with some fixed constant or with each other. Right? Okay, yeah. Yeah. So we'll assume that for multiplication, it fits in 2 words. So the upper bits will be in the second word. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? So I think it's also accurate to say, I mean, we don't need to, I think, make that assumption. There could be integer overflow, in which case we'll get the overflow of the correct answer, but you can simulate multiplying bigger numbers using in the word RAM anyway. So maybe I'll leave that as an exercise. You might need to use a couple words yourself when you do the arithmetic. Okay. So we can do these in constant time. So just out of curiosity, who's seen Van der Waals trees? So who's seen fusion trees? Okay, so I'm pretty good. Just making sure I'm not teaching something you've seen. Okay, so we're doing Van der Waals. Okay. So the basic idea is, well, I guess you would guess that we're going to do something with fudging with bits, because we can't just do comparisons. The basic idea is some kind of divide and conquer. Okay. So so VEB tree will be defined recursively. So what a VEB tree will look like, and we parameterized by the universe size. So let's say this is on a universe, say, of size U. It will look like, if I open up what it looks like inside of that data structure. It'll have square root U VEB data structures on each on a universe of size square root U. And there will also be a top one of size on universes of size square root U. Okay. And separately, we'll also store one extra element, which is the minimum element in the data structure. And I'm going to say more. So let's say you're using some object-oriented programming language and you wanted to declare the fields that your VEB data structure has. So fields of VEB. Let's say on size universe. You can have an array of size root U, a root U size array. Let's call this thing V. V is our VEB data structure. You have V dot cluster 0 up until V dot cluster square root U minus 1. And this is a VEB square root U data structure. What I mean is the elements in here are numbers between 0 and square root U minus 1. We'll also store the max. Maybe I'll say that too. Let's say we also store the max. I'm going to write that down here. We also have a V dot summary is a VEB square root U instance as well. And V dot min, V dot max are integers in the range from 0 to U minus 1. Okay. Any questions? I haven't actually told you how you insert into this data. This will be a dynamic data structure. So I haven't told you how you query, and I haven't told you how you insert. So let's see that. Okay. So say we have an item that we want to have living in this data structure. So x is some integer. Okay. So we can write x in binary. And we can divide x into the upper half, the leftmost half of the bits and the rightmost half of the bits. We call this c, and we call this I. So let's write x as ci. And notice that these numbers c and I are in the range from 0 up to root U minus 1. Right? Okay. So we're basically writing x in base root U. And the idea behind Boas trees is that we will store, if x lives in the data structure, then we will store the number I in the cth cluster. Okay? In this picture. Okay. So, now tell me, if given what I just said, how would you say do a query for the predecessor of x? And hopefully people agree that you can extract c and I each in constant time just by bitwise anding and shifting. Okay. Okay, so how would you search for the predecessor of x in this recursive data structure as I've defined it? If I didn't tell you what the summary does, let me tell you what the summary does too. So I told you that I'll insert I into the Cth cluster. Also, if the Cth cluster happened to be empty when I did the insertion, I'll also insert C itself into the summary. Okay. So the summary keeps track of which clusters are non-empty. That's the point of the summary. Okay, so now how would you do a predecessor? Yeah. Uh-huh.
Look at that cluster, like the new cluster query in that cluster. If it's the lowest element in that cluster, you find the next lowest non-empty cluster. It's not really very much.
Okay, yeah. So what you said works. There's one recursive call you could save, right? Which is, we store the min explicitly.
Yes.
So so let me just repeat what you said, but using that fact. Are you here for advanced algorithms? Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay, so here's the idea, right? So I can extract C and I each in constant time using shifts and masking with and, bitwise and. And then what I do is I look in the Cth cluster, okay? And I look at the minimum element in the Cth cluster. If I'm bigger than it, then I know my predecessor lives in the same cluster as me, and I can just recursively do a predecessor in that cluster, a predecessor on I in that cluster. If there is no minimum element, if that cluster happened to be empty, or maybe I'm bigger than the min, bigger than or equal to the min, then I know my predecessor is not in my cluster. He's in the largest cluster before me that's not empty. And how do I find that? I find that by doing a predecessor on C in the summary. And then I return the max inside of that cluster. Okay? Okay. I don't need to recurse on that cluster. I just return the max. So let me write that down. So predecessor. Takes as input V as well as this X, which I write as CI. Okay. And I say the first if is if X is bigger than V dot max. So if X is bigger than everything in my data structure, I just return V dot max. Okay. Otherwise, I look at the Cth cluster of V, and I check its min and compare its min to me. Also V dot cluster C dot min is less than X, then I'll just recurse. Okay. Otherwise, what? I have to look in the summary for the predecessor cluster. So C prime will be my predecessor cluster. And then I return the maximum element in that cluster. so the next thing is the insertion algorithm. Okay. So the first thing is, we're going to see why in a moment, but I'm going to treat the minimum element as being special. It's only going, so the minimum element will be stored in this minimum field. Where are my fields? The minimum element will be stored in the minimum field, but I won't also store it in its appropriate cluster. Okay. So it could be that the v.min is some non-empty value, and everything else in the data structure is empty. So if v is empty, I'm going to say v.min gets assigned to x, and then I'll return. Sorry if my pseudocode is like changing between C and Python. And, you know what I mean, I think. Okay. Otherwise, what do I do? Based on what I've told you. And also with this constraint that the min only lives in v.min. I'll say one thing. If the min only lives in v.min, I'll do if x is less than v.min, then I'll swap x with v.min before I continue. Okay, so now I know that the x I'm actually inserting is not the minimum element. Think of this v.min field as being like a buffer. So the minimum always lives in that buffer, and it's not actually recursively stored. Okay. So first I make sure that the thing I'm inserting recursively into the structure is not the minimum. Okay. And then, where do I have to put it? Okay. And let's pretend that when I do this swap, the C and I are for the new x. Okay. So I don't want to write more code. So what I do is, oh, and there's also this issue of before I recursively insert it into the cluster, I should check the summary to see if that cluster was empty. If so, I need to insert it into there as well. So how can I check if the cluster is empty? I can just check its minimum element and check that it's empty. So if if v.cluster c.min is a null value, then I need to insert C into the summary. Then v.summary, I'll insert into v.summary the value C. And then I'll insert I into cluster C. Okay. And you can think about what you would do for deletion. It's not really that much different conceptually. Okay, so let's just analyze the running time of these procedures. So predecessor, there's only ever, I guess, one recursive call, right? In any of the if cases, you'll have at most one recursive call. So we have the recurrence. So for predecessor time, we have the recurrence that T of U, we start off with a universe of size U, is equal to T of U over 2 plus O of 1, T of root U, sorry. And if you remember your recurrences, this implies that T of U is of log U. Okay, which is equal to log W. Remember, U is basically 2 to the W. U is 2 to the W. Okay, how about insertion? Yeah. Oh yeah, so yeah, that's right. So you can, in constant time, you can follow a pointer and read the value in that memory address. So how about insertion time? It looks a little worrisome, right? Because this if doesn't necessarily return after the if. Right? So if v.cluster.min is empty, you insert it into the summary, and then you again do another insertion. So it looks like T of U is at most 2 times T of U plus O of 1, right? And do people know? So another way of thinking about this is, maybe this will make it more obvious, is that T of W is at most 2 times T of W over 2 plus O of 1, right? So if we're saying that W is getting square rooted, that basically means this. If we're saying U gets square rooted, that's like saying W got cut in 2. So what does this resolve to? It should, yeah, W. Okay. Yeah. So this solves the W. Okay. So that's not great. We're trying to get log W here. But I claim that this is overly pessimistic. Why? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right? So what Bjork said is, if this if actually happens, then the second if will be shallow and not recurse further, right? Because the second if will be in this case and will immediately return. Okay. So actually, this 2 really can be written as a 1. You can think about this one as, in that case, you can think about just moving this line here, and then this being another else, okay? And this implies that T of U is also O of log U. Okay. So that's the basic Venn and Boas tree data structure. And that's also why we stored the min kind of separately, right? To make the insertion cost log U as opposed to W, which would be log U. Right. If you actually like if you treat the min as the same as any other object and store recursively in the data structure, then there will be times when you have to recursively insert into the summary and recursively insert into the cluster, and that will cost you, that will make things W. Yeah. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about these maxes. Yeah. No, you don't have to. Yeah. But yes, that's a good point. Where's that paper that where people are signing up? Has it been passing around? Everyone saw the paper. Raise your hand if you didn't write your name down on that piece of paper. So toward the front, I guess. Okay, so how about the space? What's the space of the Van der Waals data structure? What's the recurrence anyway? SMU is equal to square root of u plus 1 for the summary, s of square root of u, plus a constant to store, say, the min. Okay. So this, we're not going to solve it here. This implies that s of u is theta of u. Okay. So this is u space, which is not great. So we're going to get instead linear space. Okay. So what's something that intuitively seems a little bit silly about this space requirement? You have a lot of empty clusters, right? I mean, yeah, that's it. Okay. So what could you imagine doing instead? So we will see who here has seen hashing. Okay. So I gave you a hint. So you know that there's something called hashing. What would you do with this hashing in order to improve the space? Yeah. So we're going to have a hash table. What does this hash table store? Sorry? Like, what are the keys in so in hash tables, there are keys and values. Okay, so what are the keys that will live in this hash table, and what will the values be? So we'll have a hash table. Keys will be, yes, the keys will be collected, these cluster IDs. Okay, so keys are cluster IDs C. And what will the value be? Yeah, a pointer to some, so value is a pointer to corresponding non-empty cluster. Okay, so for the empty clusters, they don't live here. Okay, and I claim that the space of now this scheme is linear. It's theta of n. Why is it theta of n? How would you account for all the space that's being used in a way that makes it clear it's theta of n? Yeah. Yeah, each tree has a minimum element, right? So we can charge this pointer and value. This is like 2 words, right? We can charge the cost of these 2 words of storing this cluster ID and pointer to the minimum element that's contained in that cluster. Okay. And now each minimum element, each element is stored as a minimum somewhere. Okay, maybe at a leaf cluster in this recursion, but it's stored as a minimum somewhere. And each minimum element is charged exactly once in this way, right? It's charged in the parent to the EB tree that contains it. So charge the cost of storing C pointer to cluster C to the minimum element of cluster C. Each minimum is charged. So each item in the set, let's say each X actually, is charged exactly once. Does that make sense? Questions about? Yeah. This assumes that, yeah, so I guess I haven't covered hashing yet. We will see hashing later in the course, but it turns out that it's possible to, so first of all, let me say something about hashing. Maybe this will answer, something that doesn't answer your question once I say it. So, I think it's good to think in terms of problems, and then there are algorithms or data structures that solve those problems. So let's forget about hashing. What's the problem that we want to solve? The problem we want to solve is what's called the dictionary problem. So short aside. So we have something called the dictionary problem. Okay. And the goal of this problem is to store key value pairs. I'm going to assume that the keys and the values each fit in a machine word. And the semantics are as follows. So query K. Okay. What should that do? It should return value associated with key K, or null if K is not associated to anyone. And there's also insert, or you can think of it as associate. So insert a key with a value, which associates value V with key K. Okay. So you can look at both the static and dynamic versions of the dictionary problem. So in the static version, you're told all the key value pairs up front and you never do future associations. In the dynamic version, you can make updates to what keys are associated with, and you can also delete keys from the dictionary. And it turns out, I don't know if we'll see exactly this solution later in the course, but we'll see some solutions to the dictionary problem. Dynamic dictionary is possible with linear space, okay, constant query time, worst case query time, worst case query, as well as constant expected insertion or updates, insertion, and also deletion. Let me write. So this is from. It's actually not that. It's really recent. Did spell Builder. We just look back at the reference, but this is from Did spell Builder. And others. And yeah, I mean, it's some form of hash table. Okay. If you know about universal hashing, that would get, it wouldn't get worst case constant query, it would get expected constant query. It turns out you can get worst case. But so yeah, the point is that whether it's expected or worst case, and actually you can even do better than expected constant time. You can do constant time with high probability. But the point is really what we need here is a dictionary. We need a dictionary. And that's a solved problem, which we'll just take as a black box for now. Did that answer your question? Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, I believe. Well, I can even say you can even make this with high probability. So I guess the question is, can this? I mean, the only thing you can hope to improve here is make it fully deterministic. I don't know offhand whether that's been ruled out as a possibility. Okay, so I have about a little more than 15 minutes left. I mentioned there's another data structure called a YFast tree or YFast trie, which also gets this bound. I'll sort of just sketch the idea, which apparently I think is the original way Van der Waals trees were made to support the bounds that I stated. And then much later, other people came along and kind of reinterpreted the data structural ideas and came up with what I showed you. But the YFast trie, I mean, originally Van der Waals data structures were described in a way that got U space, and it wasn't as clear as change this to a hash table in the way that it was described to make it linear space. So I'll show you the another way that you can get the same bound. Okay. So what's one way that, pretend you didn't care about query time and you're willing to use U space, what's a very, very simple data structure for predecessor? I want you to use exactly U bits of space. Yeah, a bit array. Okay, so have a bit array of size U, of length U, and the ith bit is 1 if I is in your set, otherwise the ith bit is 0. So use a bit array. So another solution. We can use a bit array of length U. So let's say U is 16 or something. So 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0. Okay. So this corresponds to elements 0, 1, 2, 3, up to 15. Okay. And so what's the running time of predecessor now? It's U. Okay, that's terrible. So we're gonna make one small tweak to this, which is we're gonna build a perfect binary tree over all of these leaves. And each internal node is gonna store the OR of its two children. And we end up with a tree that looks like this. Okay. Now, suppose now someone gives me a 0.
Yo, who's blowing me the fuck up?
Well, wait. So let me also say this. I'll do one more thing too. I'll store all the ones in a doubly linked list. Okay. So suppose someone asked me for the predecessor of a 1. What would I do? Yeah, go back one in the linked list, constant time. Suppose someone asked me for a predecessor of a 0. So, for example, they asked me for the predecessor of this element. Okay. What would I do? Okay, and then what? Okay, so I go up the tree until I find a 1. Okay, and then I know that. So here, when I transitioned into a 1, I went up this way. Right. So then I know that I am bigger than everything on the left-hand side. So I should just find the maximum element in this subtree, which I can do by going down to 1s, for example. Okay. But what if someone asked me for the predecessor of this element? I would go up, and here's the first one. So now, I don't go and find the minimum element here. That's not my predecessor. But what is the minimum element here? It's my successor. The minimum element here is my successor. And all the ones are stored in a doubly linked list, so I can just go back 1, and that will be my predecessor. Okay? So I can just keep going up until I find a 1, and then either I will find the predecessor or the successor, depending on whether I went up that way or went back that way, and I can get the predecessor. Okay? Now, there's still one problem though, which is what's the running time of this? What's the height of this tree? Log of u. So my running time, it seems like it would be log of u. Okay, so I'm trying to get log u. So what does that suggest? Binary search. Yeah, actually, I do want to do a binary search, but can you justify where am I doing a binary search, and why am I doing a binary search? Okay. The lowest one, right? So the point exactly. So the point is, on any leaf to root path, the bits are monotone. Okay. Meaning that they're 0 for a while, and then they're 1 after that. So I can binary search and find the first one, and that will give me log u. There's still a catch though, which is how do I binary search on following pointers, right? Like if I need to follow 7 pointers, I need to actually follow them. how can I just access the guy who's 7 above me? Right? You see what I mean? Any ideas on that? Yeah. Yeah, so if it's stored the right way, so what's the right way? Yeah, so you can store this entire tree. So I don't know if people remember binary heaps. You can store this entire tree as an array. This is index 0, that's index 1, and that's index 2. So in general, let me write this. Store tree as an array. Okay. Root is at index 0. Node V has left child at 2v plus 1 and right child at 2v plus 2. Right. So if I want to find the ancestor who's k above me, what do I need to do? Divide by what? By 2 to the k. By integer division, right? So that's a bit shift. So I can find anyone who's k above me in constant time. Okay, so there's that. So this implies can find kth ancestor in constant time by doing bit shift to the right by k. That's a bit shift. Okay. Another thing you could do, which uses more space, is to actually store the tree using pointers. But for each node, you don't just store its parent, but you store its 2 to the kth ancestor for every k. So could also, for each node, store its 2 to the kth ancestor for each k going from 0 up to log u, because the tree has height log u. Now I'd make the space of the data structure u times log u, or u times log w. Okay, but still the dominant part of the space is u. Yeah. What do you mean? Yeah. You mean the height of the tree is 16? Okay. Yeah. Right. I see. Is that accurate? Oh, I see. You're saying I only need. Okay, so suppose the 8-1 fails. So let's do a bigger power of 2, 1024. Suppose 512 fails, and I have to go to 256. That fails, and I have to go to 128. Won't I need all those? Oh, I could just use the ancestor of that node. Okay. I have to think about it. Maybe what you're saying is accurate. So he's saying.
So I'll tell the exact number. So suppose the highest power of 2.
Yeah.
Divide the number is 2 to the L.
Okay. The height of the tree is 2 to the L?
No. For every node,
Yeah.
take its number.
Okay.
And suppose the hash product to the device that is 2 to the L.
Okay.
Then you store 2 to the L by 2. Then success the thing that follows you by a distance of 2 to the L by 2. And the thing that precedes you by a distance of 2 to the L by 2.
I see.
So for example, like 4.
Okay. Well, maybe what you're saying, I have to think about what you're saying, but anyway, I'm going to do better space right now because I'm still using U space. I'm still using more than U space. I want to use linear space. So here's, the main trick to getting linear space in the Van Boas data structure was to use a hash table to store non-empty clusters. So I want to do something similar here. Okay, so any thoughts? Again, using hash tables. So this one maybe is a little trickier, so I'll just say it. To save space, only store the ones in a hash table. Okay. So at each level of the tree, there are at most n ones. So this hash table contains n times w items in it. So I'm using n times w space. Or you can imagine having w different hash tables, one for each level of the tree, which stores all the ones that occur in that level. So for each level of tree, hash table stores locations of ones. Okay, so as I'm doing my binary search, if I want to know whether something is a 1 or a 0, I just look it up in the hash table, and if it's a miss in the hash table, if it's not in my dictionary, then I know it's a 0. Okay. This implies space n times w, and this is called an XFAST tree. So if you look at the paper by I mentioned that YFAST tries are due to Willard. That was in '83. It's like a 4-page paper, including the intro and bibliography. And in the first page or two, he describes XFAST tries, and then he gives the YFAST tries in the very next section, which eliminates that W. Okay, so. And the trick to eliminating that W is a trick that is good to know, because I mentioned one goal in this course was knowing the right techniques to apply to data structures and algorithms. So this is a technique that gets used a lot. So from XFAST to YFAST, you use what's called indirection. Okay, so the basic idea is I'll have my data structure. Okay, I'll have my XFAST try. It takes NW space. This is an XFAST try on N over W items. What do you know? It uses N space. But what's each item? So these are my N over W items. Each item, if you open it up, it's actually like a super item that contains roughly W items. Okay, so approximately this contains like the first W items, the next W items, etc. And one of them will be like the representative item that actually lives in the XFAST try. Okay. And the way that I'll store these items is I'll build a balanced binary search tree on them. Okay. Yes. Theta W, let's say. So, I mean, there's a problem besides the space. You know, this. Okay, so I'm basically, there's 1 minute left. Let me just say this. I'll just sketch this. You've already seen a solution that gets this bound. So, you know, if you want to see the full details of the YFast try, you can read about it on your own. But I just want to give you a flavor of what's going on here. So the space is NW. Okay. But actually, the time is also W instead of log W. Why is the time W? The time is W because if you think about this tree, if I insert a guy and change him to 1, I need to OR all the way up the tree. I need to change W things. So the time is W and the space is off by a factor of W. And this idea basically fixes both issues. And so in terms of the space, this is now definitely using linear space. In terms of the query time is still log U, because I can search in an XFast try in log U time, and then I reach the BST containing that super item, and to search in that BST takes log W time, which is again log U. How about insertions? So the point is, these super items contain somewhere between, let's say, W over 2 and 2W items. Okay. So they're going to contain theta W items. And the basic idea is going to be, when I do an insertion, I'm not going to actually insert into the XFast try. I'm going to find where it goes and insert it into the balanced BST. And only when this thing overflows, when it becomes size bigger than 2W, I'll split it into 2 super items and then insert those into the above one. But approximately that only happens every W steps. Okay, so in an amortized sense, it only costs me a constant to do that. Well, it only costs me I only have to do that once every W steps, and then when I do it, it costs me log of W. So I know I didn't go into the full details on that, but that's I'm not going to get too deep into YFast tries since they get the same exact bound as this, I think, simpler one. But that's the basic idea. Okay. So questions? Class is basically done. Any final questions before next time we'll see fusion trees? Oh. And actually, I do want to say one thing, which is, so I told you the bounds for fusion trees, and I told you the bounds for Van de Boas trees. There's actually a paper that shows a matching lower bound, which shows that you can never do better than the min of Van de Boas and fusion trees, or a slightly tweaked version of Van de Boas. So these are known to be optimal for linear space, or for nearly linear space data structures. Okay. Okay. So. I guess I'll get started. So today we're going to do fusion trees, but before I do fusion trees, I just wanted to say one thing about Van de Boas trees, which we did last time. So somewhere in there, so we did Van de Boas trees, and then we did YFast trees, and they got the same bound. The argument, so for Van de Boas trees, I mentioned instead of using arrays, use hash tables, and then you'll get O of n space instead of O of u space. Okay. It turns out that there's something. So it turns out that there's even an exercise in CLRS, exercise 20-1 part F, which says exactly that. Prove that if you use hash tables instead of arrays, you get linear space. And what I told you is actually their intended solution. But it turns out that there's an error. There's a very subtle error. So the argument that we discussed in class that gets O of n space, is not really O of n space. It's slightly worse. And it's not just the argument. It actually doesn't get O of n space. So that's going to be a p-set problem. I'll tell you exactly which sentence I said that was wrong. You have to tell me why and fix it. Okay, so. But you can get O of n space, and you'll see that on the p-set. Okay, so and y-fast trees, as I described, actually do get O of n space with this indirection. Okay, any other questions before I start? Okay, so problem. This is due to Fredman and Willard in, I guess, 93. Right, and we're going to look at the static predecessor problem. Okay. Later, after the paper, it was made dynamic. So there was a paper by Anderson and Thorup. So here we have Anderson and Thorup. And they got an update time of log base W of n plus log u, or log n, sorry, updates. Okay, and it's deterministic. And then later, Raman. Oh, and are you scribing today? Okay. Got log base W of n updates. And this is expected running time. So it's a randomized algorithm. Okay. In all cases, the query time is O of log base W of n. Okay, so I'm going to show you just the static version, not these two, that gets query log base W of n. And there's going to be some polynomial time amount of pre-processing. It actually won't be that bad, but it'll be more than sorting time to actually create the data structure given the static points in the data structure. Okay, so that's why you can't use it for sorting. That's something we talked about last time. But you could use the dynamic versions for sorting. Okay. So the basic idea of fusion trees are to have, instead of binary search trees, to have k-ary search trees where k is bigger than 2. Okay, so we're going to have a fusion tree looks something like this. Okay, so actually, just a show of hands, who here has seen or heard of either 2, 3, 4 trees or B trees? Okay, so a large number of people, but not everyone. Okay, so the basic idea is going to be as follows. Let me actually write it a different way. Every node is not going to have one key, but it's going to have, say, roughly k keys. Okay, so we might have 5, 15, 27, 32, 48. These are sorted. Okay, and hanging off this is going to be a subtree of everything that has a key less than 5. Hanging here is going to be another tree of everything between 5 and 15, everything between 15 and 27, etc. And then there's a node here, there's another big fat node here, etc. And then each one of these branches in many directions as well. Okay, so that's the basic idea behind these, having larger array trees than just binary search trees. Okay. So these are sorted. So everything hanging off here is less than 5. Everything hanging off down here is between 5 and 15. Right. So right in a binary tree, there's just a single key in the node, and to the left is bigger, to the right is smaller, to the right is bigger. Okay. Okay. So so we're going to have this basic structure with k being theta of w to the 1/5 keys per node. Okay. So, what is the height of this tree? If you have, in general, in terms of k, what's the height of this tree? Yeah, log base k of n, right? And that's, so we're having, so that implies the height is, it's of log base w to the 5th of n, right? But if you just remember what your log arithmetic, this is the same thing as log n over 1/5 log w, right? Which is just the log base w of n. So this is why we're hoping to get log base w of n. Okay. But there's of course a problem here, which is our time is not just the depth of the tree. We have to also take into account how much time we spend at each node of the tree, right? So kind of naively, what you might think to do is start on the left and then go see where I am, and then go down, okay? That will take you k time per node, so you get k times log base k of n, which is always worse than log base 2 of n. You can do a binary search, and you get log k times log base k of n, and the log k's cancel, and you just get log n again. Okay, so really, to make this work, really, we can only spend a constant amount of time per node. Okay. Now, does everyone see something that's like blatantly, something that just simply can't work about that, right? How are we going to spend so there are w to the 1/5 keys in here. Okay. How much space does each key take? Not log w, but w. A key fits in a word, right? So the amount of space to represent a node is w to the 6 bits. We can't even fit it in a single machine word, so how can we process it in constant time, right? That's so we're going to have to develop some techniques to get around that. Okay, so the basic issue is how do we search a single fusion tree node in constant time? Okay. So with Van de Boas trees, using the word RAM model, we exploited the fact that keys were themselves also kind of memory addresses, and that's how we were able to beat this comparison-based lower bound. Here we're going to go way more overboard with using the power of the word RAM model. Okay, so you're going to see a lot of bit tricks in this lecture. Okay, so the basic ingredients. Okay, well, we're going to use multiplication. We're going to exploit the fact that we can multiply numbers in constant time as long as they fit in a word. You'll see where that's going to come in. In fact, there is a version of fusion trees which avoids multiplication, which came later, but I'm not going to present that. We're going to see sketch compression. So there has to be some amount of compressing of the keys, because we just said that all k keys can't even fit in a single node, so we can't hope to do it in constant time. We're going to have to somehow compress these keys. And we're also going to see word level parallelism. So at some point, when a query comes and reaches a fusion tree node, we have to see where it fits, which subtree we have to recurse to. And we're going to eventually do that by comparing with all keys simultaneously using a constant number of word operations. Okay. And somewhere in there, we're going to also look at, well, there's going to be a very basic subroutine we're going to need, which is the most significant set bit. We're going to show that we can do this quickly and that we can use it to do some of the other things we want to do. Okay, so, I mean, just so we're all on the same page, in a W-bit word, how long does it take you to find the index of the most significant set bit? With any algorithm. W, right? So what do? You kind of loop from the W minus first bit all the way down to the 0th bit, and then you do a bitwise and mask out that bit and see whether the result is 0 or not. Okay? So can you beat W? Give me anything to beat W. How'd you do log W? Yeah. And then so yeah, you do binary search to figure out what's the largest I such that your number is bigger than 2 to the I. And 2 to the I is just one bit shift I positions to the left. So that's all constant time per iteration. So we're going to see this in constant time. And we're going to show that in the word RAM you can actually do most significant bit in constant time. Okay. That's going to be, and it's not going to be as easy to explain, but we'll do it. Okay, so yeah. Right. When I think about it, when I say constant time, like on your computer, you'll probably never deal with types that are bigger than 64 bits, like 64 ints. Log of that, I guess, is 6. We'll have a constant number of operations, but I think it'll be more than 6. We'll count what it is. We'll count what it is when we get there. But if ever you deal with like 1024-bit ints or something, then or no, maybe larger. I don't know what we'll have to do to beat the log W, but okay. So good. So let's start attacking these things. So how do we search a single fusion tree node in constant time? Well, before we get there, we need to make sure that we can even fit a fusion tree node into a single word. Okay. So here's the basic idea. So remember that I'm not counting really pre-processing time. This is a static data structure. I'm allowed to do whatever computation I want. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do in the very beginning is just sort everything, okay, and then just build the tree with exactly k nodes per internal node, okay. And then now I know what the nodes are, what the elements are in a particular node, and I want to figure out how to form that node to fit in a single word. Okay, so let's focus on representing a single fusion tree node. And it contains k keys, x0 less than x1, less than a lot, less than x sub k minus 1. Okay. So let me draw a nice picture to convince you that we can get away with using less than w to the 6/5 bits to represent a single fusion tree node. So let me draw a path. So let me first write this 1 0 1 1 1 0 1 0. Okay, so let's say that that's some element. That's one of the xi's. Okay, so I'm going to first draw a vertex here. And then I'm going to go from the least significant bit to the most significant bit. When I see a 0, I go left. When I see a 1, I go right. Okay, so I see 0. I see 1. 0, 1, 1, 1. That's 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1. Okay. And then there might be some, there's some other xi's in here. So there might be another one that looks like this. I guess 0, 0. Well, let me draw it. So, okay. So what's this? This is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. That's 5 zeros, and then a 1, and then a 0. And then I might have another one that maybe branches off somewhere down here. Okay. So I can draw some collection of, so for example here, k is 3. So I have 3 xi's that I'm representing this way. Okay. And the thing to note in this picture is that in order to differentiate, right, so in order to differentiate the xi's, I only need to look at vertices where there's actually some branching, right? So, for example, this bit, so this is the second bit, like this is this bit here, and also this bit, which is the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4th bit, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4th bit. Just maintaining those, remembering those 2 bits is enough to differentiate all the xi's, okay? So I can define, so let me write, let r less than k be the number of kind of branch bits, and let their indices be b0 less than b1, less than not less than br minus 1. So these are kind of the only bits I need to know in order to distinguish the xi's. And if I just project down to those bits, then it maintains the ordering of the xi's. Okay. I mean, we're not, don't worry, we're not anywhere near done. There's a lot to, there's going to be some issues that we're going to see very soon. And I'm going to define a sketch sketch sk of x as keeping only the xbi. Okay, so for example, I mean, it's a function also, the sketch function depends on the whole set of the xi's, because it depends on this picture. So for example, sketch, in this particular scenario, if I'm sketching 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, I'm saying I only remembered that bit and that bit, that's just equal to 1, 1. Okay. So, so now going back to fusion tree nodes even fitting into a single word, each xi has sketch of xi taking r, using up r bits, but r is just, at most k minus 1, so that's also w to the 1/5 bits. Implies can store all of the sketch of xi's in k times r, which is O of w to the 2/5 bits. Okay, so at least the information can fit into a single word. Okay. Now there are going to be some issues, like for example, there's no C operation which, so we could easily mask out in pre-processing. We could create a mask, right? Each fusion tree node could store the mask, which tells you what the important BIs are, and you can convert xi into just remembering the important bits by masking out everything else, right? Just ending with the bits that matter. But that's not going to compress things. That's not going to remove the bits that don't matter. And there's no C operation which says compress into these bits and put that into a new word. Okay, so we're going to have to deal with that at some point. There's probably a more serious issue, though, which is that the query element doesn't need to be one of the XIs, right? So let me draw an example. So let's say there are 4 bits. Okay. So imagine that the bits, so imagine the XIs that we're actually storing are the following. One is 0, 0, 0, 0, so W here is 4. One is 0, 0, 1, 0. Now one is 1, 1, 0, 0. And another is 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, so in the tree, the things that matter here are so what are the branch bits that we're actually going to remember? Well, there's a branching right here. And there's a branching right here. It's the same bit, actually. And there's a branching at the root. So there are two branch bits. Okay? So it's the 0th bit. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0. Okay, so sorry, here I was, forgive me, I'm imagining that I'm reading from the left. Okay, so 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0. So 0, 0, 1, 0. I'm reading from the left. Yeah. Yeah. For that XI. I mean, so I just defined a function. So each fusion tree node has its own sketch function, depending on all the set of XIs that live in that fusion tree node. Okay. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you will. So there's a set of branch bits which matter for that node, and all XIs in that node will be projected to those branch bits, even if it's not where XI itself branched. Does that answer your question? Okay. So okay, good. So the 0th and the 3rd bits from the left are the ones that are relevant here. Those are the branch bits. So here it's 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, and 0, 0. Okay, that's the sketch of every single one of these. And then now some query can come in, which could be totally different. Okay, so, well, let me show you what I mean. So imagine a query comes in like this, like this, like this, and like this. So this is 0, 1, 0, 1. This is our query. Okay. And what's its sketch? It's 0, 0. Okay. So in actuality, Q should be between, remember that the reason we're trying to find out where we fit in these XIs is to know which subtree to recurse to. So really, Q should fit in the subtree between these two items. That should be where we're going down to. But sorry, no. it should be going down to the subtree between these two items, right? Because the query node is actually between this and this, but its sketch makes it look like it's between these two, right? So that's not good for us. Okay. So that's the first thing we're gonna fix right now before we move on to fixing other things. It's gonna be, I think, the easiest thing to fix. Questions about anything so far? Okay. So the insight here is to look at the first bit where things went wrong. And what do I mean the first bit where things went wrong? I mean things went wrong because we weren't storing a branch bit that we really should have been storing. Okay. And that's right here. Right. Up until that point, the branch bits we were storing, namely this one, were keeping us on the right track. But then Q branched somewhere where we didn't, keep information. So suppose sketch of Q lies between sketch of xi and sketch of xi plus 1. Okay. It does not imply that Q lies between xi and xi plus 1, but I claim that we can still use this information for our benefit. Okay. And the way we're going to do that is as follows. Let y be the node where Q falls off the highlighted paths in the first node. So this is our y here. Okay, and there are two cases. Either Q is going to fall off and go to the right, or it's going to fall off and go to the left. Okay. So if Q falls off to the right, set E is going to be a new word to be y. By y, I mean, looking at the bit string, the prefix that's defined by this node. So here y is just 0, because we went left 0 once. Okay. This node would be 0, 1, for example. We'll let E be y, followed by 0, followed by a bunch of y's. Okay. Otherwise, if Q falls to left, let E be y1, 0, 0. Okay. claim is if we see where sketch of E fits amongst the xi, okay, that is the same among the sketch of xi's or even E itself, that is the same as where Q fits amongst the xi, which is what we actually want. Okay. So the way we're actually going to do this is we're not just going to recurse into the two things that the sketch fits between. Okay. But when we find where the sketch fits between, we're going to form this E. Then we're going to again run a comparison with this E. And then we're going to use that result to tell us where to go down. Okay. Are there questions about what we're doing? Yeah. Oh, that's a very good question. Okay, so that's where, so I claimed that if we had number 4, we can do that. So do people agree? How would you use this number 4 to, we haven't done number 4 yet, but yeah. Wait, sorry, say it again, of the not?
I mean, it depends on how we're representing the mask. The ones, the notes that we're keeping, or the ones that we're stacking. Either one, you pick. If the MSB, you would pick the most to know with all.
Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, let's pretend, in terms of masking, let's pretend that we actually somehow were able to compute the sketches properly. Okay, we already have the sketches. So, right, so now, yeah, we already have, oh, okay, yeah, so we have the sketches, but we also have the xi's too, okay, so we have both of them. So now what would you do? Okay, so let me write that here. So first of all, this proof, I'll leave it to you as an exercise. But you're saying that to find y, okay, you do what? Xi XOR, is that XOR? It is. Q, okay. Right. Yeah. Okay, people see what's going on here? So Xi XOR Q is telling you the bits that are different, okay? And the most significant bit is telling you the first bit that's different between the two. Okay. And I'm sorry? You would do yeah, no, you're right. You would do this to the actual xi, as you were saying. You would do this to the actual xi. And you would do this to both xi and xi plus 1. Okay, to see where you first fall off. Okay? So compute the most significant bit of xi XOR q and the most significant bit of xi plus 1 XOR q. Okay. And then just take the more significant of the two. And that would tell you the first time you fall off between the two. Okay. And here we're just using the fact that right that bitwise XOR is just telling you which bits are different. Okay, so we're gonna have to eventually come back to dealing with how to actually do most significant bit. But we're gonna do that at the very end. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah. Let me think. I mean, but it could. Okay, I guess. So let's say when you actually know, right? So you know the sketches. It could be from the sketch. Yeah. So okay. So when you're falling up to the right, I agree with you. I think, but you still have to compute this y using this most significant bit. Like, how do you know what y is? Which is the original question. Right. To know that you fall off to the right, you would have to know what y. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Yeah, I think what you're saying sounds plausible. This might be the case, yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. So anyway, so that's how we use sketching to help us find where we should recurse to. But of course, there's an issue I raised in the very beginning, which is we don't have a C operation which makes sketches for us. Okay. So here we're going to use, we're going to start getting into the power of multiplication. Okay. And why did I choose this w to the 1/5? Right now we're using way less space than we need to use. I mentioned that sketches fit in w to the 2/5. Okay. So problem. How do we form sketches? Okay. And the idea here is we don't need to actually do sketching exactly as I said it. So one way to do sketching is just to mask out the important bits, the b sub i's. Okay? That we can do just by a bitwise AND with a certain string we create in preprocessing. The problem is that doesn't do any compression. After you do the AND, you still have w bits left. So perfect compression would get us down to this w to the 5th, but we don't have to get w to the 5th either. We're allowed to be somewhat looser. Okay, so we don't want w, but we can get away with worse than w to the 5th. So we'll compress down to r to the 4th bits. Okay, so we won't get r bits, but we'll get r to the 4th. R to the 5th is w. We don't want w. Okay. And the important bits will be represented with some known amount of zero spacing in between them. Okay. So if you mask, it still takes w bits, and the number of items is w to the 5th. You're still taking w to the 6/5 bits of space. I want to do some amount of compression. Yeah. Okay, so it's true that we can preprocess the xi's to make them look nice in their sketches, but Q is coming online as a query. So whatever sketch we do has to be applicable to Q in constant time as well. Does that answer your question? Yeah. But that's a good point. Yeah. In preprocessing, we could make these perfect sketches that took exactly r bits on the xi's, but then when a Q comes, it's not clear how to sketch it out on the fly. Yeah. You're not storing the exercise
Oh, we will. Yeah, we'll store them and we'll store their sketches. Yeah, but we won't store the fully compressed sketches. We'll store some sketches that have some amount of spacing in between, but they'll still take at most R to the 4th bits each. Yeah.
So if we're storing the full exercise, why are we storing the sketches also?
I mean, the way that we'll define sketches, you can compute the sketch function in constant time, so you don't need to store the sketches. I mean, you could store them on, you could compute them on the fly when you need them, but it'd still be linear spaced even if you store them. Like for each xi, storing it and its sketch would just be an extra.
You also do the computation sort xi that you have.
Okay, so right. So we're still not to the point yet where I've told you exactly how we're representing a fusion tree node. But the point is, whatever we're storing in that fusion tree node, when a query element comes into that node, it needs to decide in constant time where it's going to go. So there are going to be certain, carefully crafted words, just a constant number of them, that we're going to, in pre-computation, we're going to place in that node, so that we can do that decision in constant time. So I haven't told you what exactly we're going to store in that node, but it's going to involve the sketches of those xi's. Okay, and we're going to get there soon. So this word level of parallelism is to do kind of parallel comparison. So at some point, Q is going to come in, and in constant time, we're going to decide exactly how many, which index it lands between. So we have to compare against everybody kind of at the same time. Okay. So, question? E? E would give you, so E itself would be, where's Y? So Y is 0. It'd be 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. It'd be the rightmost thing in this tree.
Say your query was like 1, 0, 0, and E would become 1.
Say E were 1.
Say your query was 1, 0, 0, 0.
Okay. Then 1, it'd be 1, 0, 1, it'd be 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. Wait, hold on. So you're saying, let me just make sure so you're saying suppose the query instead were, so like suppose your query were this. Okay. So you fell off, so where's the first branch node you fell off? What? Here. Well, this is a branch node though. But this is also, this is, yeah, correct. This is not a branch bit. Okay, good. So this would be your Y.
So E would be Y 0.
So you fell off to the left, which means that E should be the, what? Yeah, it should be that. So it should be 1, 1, 0, 0. So this would be E, right? Okay. But this is not a problem, right? Or yeah, I think this is not a problem. And are there any other questions, or should I keep going? Yeah. Yeah. Right. So at that point, you could do what Anujan said and just actually compare those. There are only now like kind of 2 possibilities, so you just can compare them and see. Yeah.
So now we're going to use multiplication. Okay. So here's the idea. Pick, so suppose we multiply x times some m, okay, where x is equal to the sum I from 0 to r minus 1. So let's say we've already now masked out to only keep the important bits. Okay? It's the sum of some xb times 2 to the bi. And y is and m is equal to sum over I from 0 to, we're going to have only one r positions in this m, 2 to the mi. Okay? So the question is, how do we choose? We're going to choose the mi to get something nice. Okay. And the bi's are increasing. The mi's, don't think of them as increasing. The mi's are arbitrary. So lemma, we can choose the mi such that A, for all ij, well, the set, oh my god, I like this. All the bi plus mj are distinct. So there are r squared of these sums. B, b0 plus m0 is less than b1 plus m1 is less than dot dot is less than br minus 1 plus mr minus 1. And C, if we look at the range, how many bits are spanned from the biggest index to the smallest index, that's going to be r to the fourth. So br minus 1 plus r minus 1 minus b0 plus m0, that should be O of r to the fourth. Okay, and before I prove the lemma, I just want to say why this is going to be relevant for us. Okay, so the point is that, so let me write the point. Is that x times m is equal to, if you just expand out that product, it's the sum from I going from 0 to r minus 1, the sum j going from 0 to r minus 1, of xb 2 to the bi plus mj. Right? Now, as long as the bi plus mj are all distinct, none of these powers are the same, so we don't have to worry about carries. Okay? And now, once this holds, basically what we're going to do is we're going to only use these r bits. Our sketch is basically going to be projecting onto these locations, b0 plus m0, b1 plus m1, etc. Okay? And we're going to mask out everything else. And notice that the range between the biggest location and the smallest location is only r to the fourth. Okay? So after we're done masking, we can shift everything down so that now this fits into a sequence of contiguous bits. Starting from the right, that's r to the fourth one. Okay? So we have to do this. Okay, so yeah, question? Yeah, but there's property B, which says that the sums are at least increasing. Yeah. bi plus mi less than 2r. bi is not less than r. I mean, sorry. Yeah, bi is not less than r. Bi is at most w. And mi will be at most w too. it's yeah. It's not the case that this is less than R. It's just that if you look at the range of bits that are important, they fit into a contiguous block of that most size of most R to the fourth. But once that's true, you can shift them down to be the first R to the fourth bits. Yeah. They're W bits. Yeah. So you should. That's right. So you should think of X. You should think of X as being one of the Xi's, but we've already masked out the Bi's. We're only keeping the important bits. And then now we're trying to compress those bits into fewer locations or into a smaller width of locations. Okay. Yeah. That's right. Because, well, so the ideal sketch of X has R bits. Okay, and what I'm saying is these are going to be where we'll read those R bits off from. So if we want if you look at you want xbi for I between 0 and R minus 1. If you want xbi, just look at the power of 2, which corresponds to bi plus mi. That's what I'm saying over there.
So we're really just computing some diagonal.
So I mean, we're actually computing x times m. Okay, because that's the thing we can do in constant time in word RAM. But I'm picking m in a special way, such that x has its R important bits spread out. They could span the entire W bits. There can be some huge gaps between them. But after I do x times m, and then mask out only these R locations, what I'm telling you is that those R important bits are now compressed into a width of length almost R to the fourth, which is W to the fourth bits. So they started off spread in a width of W, and now they're down to W to the fourth bits. In pre-processing, we're gonna see how to find this m in the proof of the lemma. So in pre-processing, I'm gonna find this m, okay, and then I can create the mask in pre-processing. The mask is a single word, right? It's a single word which just has ones at these R locations, and to mask those out, I just do a bitwise AND. Right, so I'm going to do x times m, and then I'm going to do a bitwise AND with the mask containing these R locations, and then I'm going to shift it down. That's going to be my actual sketch. Yeah. The MIs, no, they're not. They can be anything. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. So what's the point here? The point is we first mask the BIs, mask the important bits from XI. Then we do to get X. Then we do X times M, and then we mask out the bits BI plus MI. And then now we shift down so that B0 plus M0 to bit 0, to the least significant bit. So we're going to shift down by B0 plus M0 at the end. And then this thing tells us that now it fits in R to the fourth bits. Okay, so let's prove the lemma. So we're going to do part A first. Okay, so So, part A. So we're going to prove by induction. Suppose we've already picked M1 prime, M2 prime, MT prime, or T minus 1 prime, such that all the sums BI plus MJ prime, so these are not going to be the final M's, but these are the MJ primes, are distinct mod R cubed. Okay, where T is less than R. Now I'd like to pick, now we want to pick MT prime. So the thing that I want to show by induction is that we can choose M1 prime up to MR prime minus 1, such that all the sums are distinct mod R cubed. Okay? So now I want to pick MT prime, and in order to make sure that all these sums are distinct, we need to make sure that MT prime plus BI is different from BJ plus MK prime. I'm already using K plus MQ Z prime. Okay, so MT prime must avoid MI prime plus minus BJ plus BZ for all the other different values I, J, and Z. But how many of these values are there? How many of the B's are there? How many BI's are there? So this is R squared, and then there are T of these so far. These are T squared R values. But we can work over R cubed values. This is less than R cubed, because we're not done yet. Which means that there's something we can pick which avoids all of these. Okay, so we can choose these we can choose all these MI primes to make the sums distinct mod R cubed. And then now how do I actually choose the MIs? We'll set, and I'll draw a picture, we'll set MI to equal MI prime, okay, plus I times R cubed, plus W minus BI, rounded down to the nearest multiple of R cubed. Okay. So the picture to have in mind, this is the final picture that we'd like to have. Is that we have these blocks of length R cubed each. Okay. And all of these MI primes are values between 0 and R cubed minus 1. Okay. And so we have some BI. The thing that we want to have is kind of B0 plus M0 is somewhere in here. B1 plus M1 is somewhere in here. B2 plus M2 is somewhere in here, etc. Okay. That's why we add on this I times R cubed to shift us over by R cubed each time so that things are in different blocks. But so it's true that BI plus MJ primes are distinct mod R cubed because that's how we formed the MJ primes. But in order to make sure that with the m's, they're still distinct, right? That's why we did this rounding down to a multiple of r cubed, because it's mi prime plus that's a multiple of r cubed and that's a multiple of r cubed. So everything mod r cubed has stayed the same. And that means that bi plus mj mod r cubed is different. So in particular, bi plus mj are different. Okay, so that's why we satisfy property A. They're distinct even mod r cubed. So they are distinct. Okay. And kind of this, we want this property that B0 plus M zeros are increasing. Okay. So, well, yeah, I mean, they're all, I guess the picture I said is exactly what this does. Maybe you can, I don't want to spend time on tedium, but this picture will exactly put kind of one guy in every single block. Okay. So, kind of subtracting bi would just make things negative. So we put the W to prevent that. Yeah, this might take up a constant. It's still take a constant number of words, but that's okay for us. Right. And there might also be some junk here that we don't care about, and also some junk here that we don't care about. But at the end, we're gonna mask and shift everything to the right anyway, so we don't care. Okay. Okay, so that's how we're actually gonna do sketching. So now, so I defined how to do a sketch, and we can actually do the sketch in constant time, because to do the sketch, it's what? It's a mask, a multiplication, another mask, and a bit shift. So a sketch is like 4 operations, each taking a constant number of words. Okay. Good. And in pre-process, okay, so now going back to a question that I guess you asked me a while ago, what are we actually going to store on a fusion tree node? Okay, so now that we have sketches, suppose node, fusion tree node has x0 less than xk minus 1. One thing we're going to store is the following word, which I'm going to say the sketch of that node is equal to the bit 1, followed by the sketch of x0, 1 followed by the sketch of x1, and then 1 followed by the sketch of xi minus 1, xk minus 1. Okay. And now we want to know, a query Q comes, where does Q fit? Which subtree should we recurse on? So I'm going to define the sketch of Q, the sketch to the K of Q, as being 0 sketch of Q, and right, okay. 0 sketch of Q, 0 sketch of Q. And what am I going to do? I'm going to subtract. Okay. So tell me what happens within a block. So definitely there will be no carries going from block to block, because just this part is bigger than this part, because that's a 1 and the most significant bit, and that's a 0. Okay. What am I going to get? I'm going to get either a 1 or a 0, followed by some stuff that I don't really care about. A 1 or a 0 followed by more stuff I don't care about. Okay? And then I'm going to mask out all of these.
No.
I'll get a 1 or a 0 followed by zeros. A 1 or a 0 followed by zeros. And then a 1 or a 0 followed by zeros. By the way, so I'm forming this in pre-processing. Q comes on the fly. How do I form the kth power sketch of Q? Yeah, right? You multiply by a number that has 1 here followed by zeros, 1 here followed by zeros, 1 here followed by zeros. Okay? So that's a single multiplication. Okay. And now, if I want to know where I land, what do? I take the most significant bit. Okay. And that's correct. But I'm going to do it a different way. Okay. And the reason I'm going to do it a different way is because the way I'm going to do it is also going to play a role in how we actually do most significant bit later. Okay, so there'll be some circularity if I say do most significant bit here, and then when I say I do most significant bit, I'll say do it like how we did it here. And the key insight is kind of the number of kind of bits here that we care about there are k of them. So if we can, and it's monotone, right? It's going to be, so let's say it's going to be, I guess, these are the smallest numbers. These are going to be, what should I say? When is this a 1 and when is this a 0? It's a 0 if we had to carry this 1. We carry this 1 if this sketch is less than that sketch. So this is a 0. This bit is a 0 if the sketch of Q was bigger than the sketch of X0. So it's going to start off as 0 for a while, and then it's going to be a 1. And that first 1 is going to be the first thing we're smaller than. Okay? That's why finding the most significant bit is the right thing to do. So the point is that this is monotone. So finding the position, and there are k of them, so finding the position of the first one is the same thing as counting the number of ones. If we know how many ones there are, that tells us where the first one is. And how are we going to count the number of ones? We're going to multiply. Okay, so so the appearance of ones is monotone, and that implies can just count the number of ones to find the index of the first one. So remember, we want the most significant bit of that thing.
Oh God.
So what we're going to do is we are going to multiply by, let me make sure I don't tell you the wrong thing. Yeah, I guess it's just this thing. 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, and then 1, 0. Okay, we're going to multiply by this thing. Okay, and what that's going to do is it's going to take this. So this 1 here, right, will appear here. If you multiply that, it'll appear here, 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 and here if it's a 1. And that will get added, so that if this is a 1, that 1 will appear here, 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 etc. And the point is, when you do the multiplication, all the things that are 1 will contribute by adding starting at this position. Okay, so all the 1s contribute by adding to that position. So then what you can do is, and they don't interfere with each other because this count is a number between 0 and k. So it's going to consume at most log k bits. Whereas with the width of this block is like k to the 4th or something. Okay, so there's no chance that these things are going to clobber each other. Okay, so what you do is you look at a log k width interval of bits around here. You mask everything else out, and you shift this down to the beginning. And that number is exactly the number of 1s. Okay. Good. I think that's the word level parallelism that I meant by parallel comparison. Right? We compare everything at the same time in a single, in a constant number of machine word operations. Okay, so now the only thing left is computation of the most significant bit. And the way we're going to compute the most significant bit is again using multiplication, sketching, and word level parallelism, as well as this idea. Okay? So now that you are masters of all these ideas, I'll just sort of tell you how this goes. So the basic idea is split. So let's say we want MSB of x. Okay, we're going to split x into root w chunks of root w bits each. It's not going to be recursive like ManaDo was. This is the one-time thing. Okay, so for example, if I write x being 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1. So here, W is 16 and W is 4. This is the first chunk, this chunk, this chunk, this chunk. And what we're going to do is first using like word level parallelism and multiplication, etc., we're going to figure out exactly. We're going to form a root W length bit string that's consecutive, which will tell us exactly which clusters are non-zero, which clusters have anything in them at all. Okay. And then once we find that, we're going to find the first non-zero within a cluster. And we're going to at some point exploit the fact that we can deal with root W size numbers. We can do crazy things to them really fast. Okay? Okay. So good. So the first thing is I'm going to create f, which is 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. Okay, why am I doing that? I'm going to do x and f, bitwise and. Is that bitwise and? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, that looks too much like XOR. So that is going to look like this. And let me, right after I write it, I'll tell you why I'm doing this. So what I'd like is some summary that tells me which clusters are non-zero. I'm going to treat the first bit as a special case. Okay. So now I know for sure that this cluster has a non-zero and this cluster has a non-zero. In particular, because they have it in their first bit. Okay. So I'm going to deal with the first bit of a cluster and the remaining bits in a separate way. And the reason I want to do this is because remember when I did the parallel comparison, I exploited carries and subtraction, right? And in order to do that carry and subtraction trick, I needed to have room to have an extra 1 bit at the beginning of every cluster. So now I'm going to clear, now that I have this information handy, which I can look back at later, I can clear it and deal with everything else. So now I'm going to do X, XOR, X and F, which just clears all the leading 1 bits. So we'll have 0, 1, 0, 1, just like this. We'll have 0, 0, 0, 0. We'll have 0, 0, 0, 0, as we clear the leading 1s, and then we have 0, 1, 0, 1. So we clear the leading 1s. Okay. And now what I do is I will take I will take F minus that then. Okay, so what does that look like? So F looks like 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. And X, bitwise XOR X and F look like, well, it doesn't have any 1s in the leading positions. It looks like 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, and I do a subtraction. Okay. Which blocks, so within each block, definitely the F block is bigger because it has a 1 in the most significant bit, because we cleared those in the X thing. So the cases where this 1 gets borrowed are exactly the cases where the block is non-zero. If the block is non-zero, it gets borrowed. So here it will get borrowed. It'll have 0 times some junk we don't care about. Here it doesn't get borrowed because it's empty. So we have 1 and some junk, 1 and some junk, 0 and some junk. Okay. And now we mask and get rid of the junk. And then we have 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay. We masked out all the junk, and then we OR back in that. Right? Why do we OR that back in? Because this tells us which clusters are non-zero, but I lost all information about the leading bit in the cluster. Now I want to get back that information about the leading bit. Right? So I OR back in X and F. And then I get 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. Great. So now I know exactly which clusters are non-empty. The clusters that have a 1 in the leading position and 0. So this cluster, and this cluster have stuff in them. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I should do a mask and a not as well. Right? I should not and then mask. Yes. Yes, I could also XOR that. That's a good point. So and then I XOR with F, and then I use 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. Yeah. So now this should actually have been a 1, I think, and that should have been a 0. Well, something like that. But yeah, you should have negated and then masked out. That's a good point. But the bottom line is we have these root W size chunks. Each one has a 1 in the leading position if and only if that cluster was not empty. So now what I want to do, is I'm going to sketch. But I'm not going to do a sketch into R to the 4th. I'm going to do a perfect sketch. And it's going to be, again, via multiplication. Lemma So the point is, originally the BIs were just arbitrary. Who knows where the important bits were, right? They depended on the branch bits. Now we know what the BIs are. They're root W minus 1, 2 root W minus 1, 3 root W minus 1. Okay, so when the BI are I root W plus root W minus 1, there is an M such that multiplying by M makes all the important bits consecutive with no gaps. Okay. Proof, I think that will end up being on your homework. So now what do we have? We're almost done. Now what do we have? So I'm telling you that I can form a word that has this 1, 0, 1, 1 consecutive. One, zero, 1, 1, which is just the leading bits in each of those clusters. In constant time, right? We can do that by multiplying by M and then doing some shift and masking. Okay. And then now what do I do? Now I need to know what's the most significant bit in this word. That tells me the first cluster that has a non-zero. Right? I want to know the first cluster that has a non-zero. So do parallel comparison between this 1, 0, 1, 1 and the set of words 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0. Okay. Each one is root U wide. They're root W wide. They're root W of them. They fit in a word. Even when you put those extra ones in between, remember to do parallel comparison, you had to put these ones and zeros as stop measures. It still fits in 2 words. Okay? And you do a parallel comparison with this vector repeated a bunch of times, you'll find it out. Now you know the index of the first cluster. So the first cluster happened to be this one. Now what do you do? Again, that fits in root W bits, right? You can just shift that down. And again, you do a parallel comparison with these root W things. And then I know my most significant bit. So that's all the details, except I didn't prove the lemma, which you can prove yourselves. So I think that's the infusion proof. Yeah. Right. I'm not sure. How do you form this? How do you form this? You multiply by a word which has 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0. I'm sorry? Right. But we know how to do that because, right, so we said that we can find E by doing a most significant, yeah, that's right. Do this with E. I guess I'll get started. So the last thing I'll talk about is also in the word RAM, but it's hashing. Okay, so I'm going to cover this today hashing. And we'll see load balancing. We'll see KY's independence. we'll see the dictionary problem. And here we guess we'll see, I'll just review perfect hashing very briefly. And then I'll cover linear probing. So yeah, who took CS124 last semester? Not a lot of people. Okay, so I covered this last semester. I guess I'll say some more about it this time. But who has seen perfect hashing? Who has not seen perfect hashing? Okay, so then I'll look at the retrieval problem. I'll define what these things mean. And here we'll look at cuckoo hashing. And Bloomier filters. Well, I guess somewhere in here I should have 5 actually comes before 4 as a membership, and that's Bloom filters. And then if we have time, I'll just say a little bit about simple tabulation hashing, but not much, because I don't think there'll be much time for that. Just using Bloom filters. Okay. Okay, good. So let's just, before I talk about what problems hashing solves, I'll just say a little bit about what hashing is. So I imagine that we're going to have some family H of functions. Remember, we're in word RAM, so we're mapping, let's say, by this I mean, let's say 0 up to u minus 1, mapping 0 up to u minus 1 into 0 up to m minus 1. Okay. And there's some set S, which is a subset of U, and the size of S is n. Okay. Such that we want some H in this family we pick to behave nicely. We'll see what that means in applications on S. For example, nothing in S should collide. So the picture to have in mind is we have some n items. I1, I2. I'll just usually call these items 1 up to n, even though they're arbitrary n items in the universe. And we have some hash function h, which sends them into, let's think of it as like, say, an array of size m. This is cell 0, 1 up to m minus 1, and each item gets hashed somewhere. And there could be collisions. Okay. Good. So now that I've said very vaguely what hashing is all about, let me say something about one of the problems that hashing solves, namely the dictionary problem. Or before I even get to the dictionary problem, let's just say, for example, we have jobs and we have machines that handle jobs or servers. Okay, so let's say so example. It's not really a toy example; it's a real one. We have n jobs that need to be assigned to m machines, let's say. And each job, do we have a scribe for today? Yeah, okay, good. So each job has some job ID, let's say. In this range, in this universe. Okay. So if we know all the jobs up front, what's one reasonable thing that we might want to do? Let's say that the M machines are all identical. None is faster or has better hardware than the other. We'd want to evenly spread the jobs across the machine so that each machine gets roughly n over m jobs. Okay. If we know all the jobs ahead of time, we could just do that. We could just take the first n over m, send them to one machine, the next n over m, send them to another machine, etc. But if these jobs are coming, let's say, dynamically online, then we just need to send somewhere. Well, I guess even there we can just send it to at least a loaded machine. But let's say that we don't have, that requires some global picture of what's happening across all machines. And let's say that we want to do something just without that global information. One thing you could do is just send it to a random machine. Okay, which is let's say hashing to some machine. So job has some job ID in U. So when a new job comes, have it processed. Let's say a new job J comes. J is in 1 to U. Comes, have it processed by a machine H of J. And we might want to understand how well does this behave, meaning does any bin get overloaded? Does any machine get overloaded? I mean, we'd like it to have n over m, but maybe it'll have much more. So this is usually called, the balls and bins random process. We have n balls and we're throwing them randomly into m bins. We want to understand how this behaves. So this is some form of load balancing across machines, and we'd like to say the probability that there exists a machine receiving bigger than k jobs is something small. Right, so the question is, what goes here and what's k? Right. So is the setup clear to anything? Let's say if h is a totally random hash function. So before I analyze that, I want to prove a certain tail bound. Who here has seen the turnoff bound? Okay. So let me prove a theorem. Suppose x1, xn are independent, where xi is either 0 or 1. These are independent random variables. And the expectation of xi is pi, meaning it's 1 with probability of pi and 0 otherwise. Then, where if we let x be the sum over all these i's of xi, the probability that x minus the expectation of x is bigger than, or let me write it like this. The probability that x is bigger than 1 plus delta times its expectation is at most e to the delta, is at most e to the delta over 1 plus delta to the 1 plus delta to the expectation of x. Okay. So, how do we use that to analyze this thing over here? So, balls and bins. So let me look at one one case, suppose, for example, that m is equal to n. You're servicing these n jobs using n machines. So on average, you want every machine to have exactly one job. Then the probability that there exists a machine with more than some c times log n over log n jobs is at most 1 over some poly n. And how do we prove that? Using the turn-off down, for example. But we're going to see, I mean, that's, the turn-off down is overkill, but I just stated it because it's useful as a tool for other things as well. So are people with me? Okay. Feel free to interrupt me at any point. So there are these xi's here. So xi, so focus on some bin, on some machine. Let's call it machine T, machine number T. And define xi as being 1 if h of I is T and 0 otherwise, meaning that job I got assigned to machine T, which implies that x is the number of jobs assigned to machine T. And that thing over there tells us that the probability that the number of jobs assigned to machine T, the probability that's bigger than, so I'm going to apply this with delta being this log n over log n. Okay, so what's the expectation of x? It's 1. Right? The expected number of jobs that land is 1 because there are n machines and n jobs. So this is 1. So this is 1 plus log n over log n. Which is basically, if you adjust this constant c, is basically like c log n over log n. So in this case, delta is really large. So 1 plus delta is basically delta. So the probability that x is bigger than c log n over log n is at most e over. So again, 1 plus delta is basically delta. I'm being slightly sloppy, but what I'm saying is fine. E over c log n over log n to the, again, to the basically delta. C log n over log n. Okay. So this is, let me say, this is e over k to the k. Okay. And 1 over k to the k is 1 over poly n, exactly when k is roughly log n over log n. Okay, so I don't know if people have seen this, but kind of the simplest way to see that is to take logs. Okay, so the solution to k to the k is some polynomial in n is log n over log n. This k is this. Why is that? Take log. So this says k log k is equal to c log n. Okay. And kind of if you pick k to be a small constant times this, then you'll see that basically this will be too small. If you pick k to be a large constant times this, you'll see that k log k will be too big. Okay, so the right answer is that k is somewhere in this vicinity. And this is at most 1 over n to the c prime. Okay. So the probability that machine T is too overloaded is this, and by union bound, this implies that the probability that there exists a bad machine, meaning an overloaded machine, let's say there exists an overloaded machine, is at most the sum from t going from 1 to n, probability that t is overloaded is at most 1 over n to the c prime minus 1. This is just n times that. Okay, so if you do this hashing business, then with high probability, with probability 1 over polynomial n, you might fail, but with high probability 1 minus this, you won't fail. No machine will receive more than this number of jumps. Now, in terms of proving the turn-off bound, I'm not going to do the full proof. There are proofs everywhere, basically, on Wiki even. I'll just sort of tell you how it goes, but we'll see how to prove some other things that are. It's not particularly difficult. There's just a trick in the very beginning. Okay. So, raise your hand if you've seen Markov's inequality. Okay. So, let me just remind you. So, Markov's inequality. So before I write this, okay, so Markov's inequality. It says that if x is a non-negative random variable, then for all, let's say, lambda bigger than 0, the probability that x is bigger than lambda is at most the expectation of x over lambda. That's Markov's inequality. And then the proof of turnoff is you just say the probability that x is bigger than this value here, lambda. Lambda is this thing over here, 1 plus delta expectation of x. That's equal to the probability that e to the t is, I haven't said what t is, but e to the tx is bigger than e to the t lambda. This is true for any positive t. Right? This is bigger than this, if and only if this is bigger than this for a positive t. And then you apply Markov. This is at most e to the minus 2 lambda times the expectation of e to the tx. And then you just need to bound this thing. Okay, so I'm not going to do that in class, but that's basically how that goes. And when you bound it, you get this. Oh, and you need to choose t. And you choose, when you end up actually doing calculations, you'll choose t to be the natural log of 1 plus delta. I haven't justified that at all, but look at a proof on Wiki. Okay. Now, I mentioned that the turn-off bound is slightly overkill. Well, because there's a much simpler proof. Namely, what did we say above? We said that the probability that there exists an overloaded machine is at most n times the probability that machine 1 is overloaded. I just mean all of these probabilities are the same. So it's just n times the first one. So really it all came down to bounding this. Okay. Questions? Okay. So what's one way to bound this probability? Well, what does overloaded mean? It means that there are at least k items that map there. Right? So this thing is equal to the probability that there exists k items mapping to machine 1. Which again by union bound is at most the sum over all sets T of k items. Probability that T all maps to 1. Okay, but what's this probability? Let's say H is totally random. It sends each person to a totally random place. So what's the problem that everything in this set got mapped to 1? 1 over n to the k, right? I said m is n. So the probability that the first guy in T maps size in 1 is 1 over n. And then the second guy again 1 over n, etc. And they're independent, so you get 1 over n to the k. So this is equal to the sum over sets T of size equal k of 1 over n to the k. And how many sets of size k are there? N choose k. So this is equal to n choose k over n to the k. Okay. And this is at most 1 over k factorial. Right? Just if you write out what n choose k is, you'll believe me. Okay. And I mean, k factorial is not really the same as k to the k, but it almost is. I mean, one thing you can say for sure is k factorial is certainly at least k over 2 to the k over 2. I mean, some people can get fancy and say Sterling or something. It's not really necessary. So this is at most 1 over k over 2 to the k over 2. So now we're back in the previous situation, right? Whenever you have like 1 over x to the x, and you want that, whenever you want x to the x to be n or something, x should be log n over log n. So k over 2 should be log n over log n, which means k is like log n over log n. Right, so you get the same, you get basically the same thing. So again, this becomes 1 over polynomial n. So there's something. Okay, so that's all I really wanted to say about mode balancing. But now I want to say something about KY's independence. So the proof that used the turnoff bound, note that in the turnoff bound we needed that the xi's are all independent random variables. I didn't actually prove the turnoff bound for you, but at some point in the proof that gets used. Whereas here, we didn't actually need that the random variables are all independent, right? What are the random variables here? So so what is this? I can write this as a product of indicator random variables, right? Basically, this thing, if you use the same notation for xi, this thing is the same thing as the expectation of the product over I and t of xi. Okay, do you agree with me? Xi is 1, so let's say here machine 1. Xi is 1 if item I got hashed to machine 1. So this product is 1 only when all the machines hash to 1. So the probability that this product is 1 is exactly the expectation for the product. And really what we used is that this thing is equal to, well, what did we say? We said it was 1 over n to the k. Why did we say that? Because if these are independent, the expectation of the product is the same as the product of the expectation. It is equal to the product over I and t of the expectation of xi. This here was 1 over n, and then we got 1 over n to the k. Okay. So in this proof, if you're careful about writing it, what you'll find is that you don't actually need all of the hashings to be totally independent. You just need this property. Meaning that if you look at any set of k items and look at where they hash, that behaves as if it were independent. Okay, which is a weaker property than saying if you look at all n items, they behave independently. And so ky's independence so we say, so the definition is that x1 up to xn are ky's independent if for any set of indices 1 less than I1, less than I2, less than IK. Okay. The random variables xi1, xi2, xik are independent. Okay, so if you haven't seen this before, it might look surprising that this is different from being independent. What's an example of something that's ky's independent but not independent? Who's seen ky's independence? Just so I have a sense of. Okay, like that. And okay, so that's ky's independent in terms of random variables, but we're talking about hashing. So what do I mean when I talk about ky's independent hashing? So also another definition. A set of hash functions H is a ky's independent family if for all, let's say, I1 not equal to I2, not equal to IU in, IK in U in the universe. So we look at any k values in the universe and look at where they hash to. Okay. Well, actually, let me write it like this. I already said what ky's independence means over there. If the set of random variables h of 0, h of 1, h of u minus 1 are ky's independent. Where h is drawn from this family uniformly at random. Okay. So that's my random experiment. I have this family of functions h, capital H, and I draw one at random, and I write down u random variables, which are just the evaluations of that function everywhere. And this set of n random variables should be ky's independent as I did over there. That's what it means for this to be a ky's independent family. So for example, the set of all functions is a ky's independent family for any k. Okay. But you can come up with other families as well. Okay, so let me give an example. So now definitely feel free to ask me questions. I feel like people are looking at me suspiciously. Oh, nice t-shirt there. Yeah, okay. So, example, H being the set of all functions, I said, from U to M is a k-wise family for all k. For all k that it's at most U, otherwise it doesn't make sense if there are only U random variables and you're saying there are two UIs independent or something. So another example is that U equals M equals P prime. And H is the set of all functions h of x, where h of x is equal to the sum I going from 0 to k minus 1 of ai x to the I, mod p. The set of all degree k minus 1 polynomials, or degree k minus 1 polynomials. And there are some advantages here. I mean, one of the primary advantages is just the space it takes to store little h, right? So at some point in your algorithm, you have to represent little h in your code. If you have a totally random hash function, how many bits does it take to store a function from this family? U log n, right? U log n. So for each of the elements, you have to say what it maps to. A number up to m takes log n bits to represent. So this is u times log n bits. Whereas here, this AI is in the set range from 0 to p minus 1. And again, I said that u and m are both this. So what is the how many bits does it take to store a random hash function? K minus 1 log p, yes. Oh, I'll even say k log p, because there are actually k coefficients. There's the constant term too. But yeah, k log p, so k log u. So this was like u times log m. And let's say here u and m are the same. So think of this as like u log u, whereas this is like k log u. So if k is a constant, if you're working with two-wise independence, which we will at some point, or constant-wise independence, h here takes log u bits to store, and here it takes u bits to store, or u log u. So this is way more expensive to store than this. Okay, and so now the question is, just going back to that example with load balancing, to prove that result, what independence do we need? So there was not the case that u was equal to m. Okay. K, and what was k? Yeah, log n over log n. So you can get away with weaker hash families to accomplish that. Yeah. Okay. Except there's this annoying thing that over there, m was not equal to u; it was equal to n, and n is probably much less than u. I'll say somebody needs to say something about that. So imagine that. So here's another example. Which is just h. So now here, I don't want to say I don't want to say that u is equal to m, but I'll say m is equal to p, and that's prime. Okay. And for any given number, there's a prime that's pretty close to it. That's within a factor of 2 of it. So it doesn't really hurt us much by assuming that M is prime. Okay. But you can be very different from M, which is really what we need over there. You know, here M is not U, it's N or it's something. So here we can just define H to be the same thing, H of X, such that, you know, H of X is the sum of AI X to the I mod P mod M. Okay. So, oh, by the way, so before I do that, let's just go back here for a second. Why is this a KY independent family? Does anyone have a guess, or does anyone see why this would be? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So if you put it that way, yes. So you're saying basically that a certain matrix. So there's something called a van der Waals matrix, and it's non-singular. Okay, but yeah, okay, that's true. But I want to say it in a way that doesn't scare anyone. So okay, so let me just say it like this. So the answer is polynomial interpolation. Okay. So the basic idea is look at any k indices. Look at any k different values of x, x1 up to xk. Okay. And what I claim is that kind of all evaluations. So let's say that. So look at some x1 up to xk, and look at h of x1 up to h of xk, where h is totally random. Right? So I claim that kind of every possibility happens exactly once. So you look at h of x1 is equal to y1, h of xk is equal to yk. Okay, and you ask, can I choose coefficients to make all of these things happen? Yes, by polynomial interpolation. And this is true for every single y1 and yk. And how many possibilities are there for these y1 up to yk? There are p to the k possibilities. And how many possibilities are there for the coefficients? There are p to the k possibilities for the coefficients. So each setting of coefficients gives a different setting down here, which means that the probability of seeing this for any settings of the y's is exactly 1 over p to the k. Which is just like the totally random case. Okay. So now if you move over here, it's not going to be true that it's 1 over m to the k. Right? Because when you take mod p and you take mod p mod m, there's some like wraparound issue. So we know that this value is like a totally random value from 0 to p minus 1. But a totally random value from 0 to p minus 1 is not the same as a totally random value mod m. Okay. Oh wait. What's going on here? Okay, no. That, yeah, I know. Okay. I was confused for a second. So U equals P, but P does not equal M. Okay, that's what I meant to say. Good. So it's still true though that these random variables are KY's independent, but it's not true that the probability of landing of this happening is 1 over p to the k. In particular, if you just look at one item and look at where does it map to, where it maps to, it's not going to map to some with probability 1 over p. Or 1 over m, sorry. Does anyone see what I'm talking about? Yes, m is less than p. Think of m as less than p. It won't matter too much, but yeah, you can think of M as less than P. So let me just draw a picture. So if M is less than P, so here's M, and here's P. Okay. So if you give me a random, oh yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I like that wraparound. Wait, so wait, what do you mean by the first M boxes are overfull? A multiple of P plus some junk. Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Wait, okay, so maybe, I don't know if this is, okay, so let me rephrase the spirit of what you said, I think. So the point is, if you have a random value between, so this we know from before behaves completely uniformly, not just independently, but uniformly is 0 to P minus 1. Which means that we get a random value somewhere in here. But a random value somewhere in here, well, it's sort of like there's a random value from, and we're taking it mod M. So here's a random value mod M. Here's another random value mod M. Here's another random value mod M. But then there's some point left over, the leftovers, where it doesn't quite go up to M. But the point is that, so it might not be true that this expression is uniformly 1 to M, but nothing will get kind of more mass than 1 over M fraction. Everybody will be between roughly 0 and 2 over M. Okay. So what I can say is that at least kind of for all x1 up to xk and also y1 up to yk, the probability that h of x1 is equal to y1, h of xk is equal to yk is certainly at most 2 over m to the k, not 1 over m, but 2 over m. That's something like that is definitely true. Right. And this 2 is even better if P is way bigger than M. If you have lots of wraparounds before the slosh. Okay. Okay, so we said that we can get away with log n wise independence. Oh, and I guess another thing I should say is, notice that this is really still good enough for the application, right? If you look down here with the balls and bins thing, with the jobs randomly mapping to machines, it won't be 1 over n to the k anymore, but it'll still be like 2 over n to the k. And then if you go through the calculations again, you still get roughly log n over log n. Okay, so this kind of this thing is usually good enough for us. I don't know. I'm sort of scared by the people's cases. No. Okay. Right. So the point is, imagine that P was just like M plus 1. So there's like some wraparound, and then 1 more item. Okay. So we know that we're getting a random value between 0 and P minus 1. So we're getting a random one of these values, and then we're taking it mod M. So are we getting a random value mod M? Not really, because this and this mod M are exactly the same. So this value is like twice as likely as all the other values. But that's really the worst case. As you wrap around more and more and more, kind of the items even out in terms of how likely they are. But kind of this factor of 2 is the worst case, where there's one item that's kind of right after the wraparound. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, I mean that was this 2 is very much sloppier than what I could get away with. No, I think I really did mean n plus 1. When p is n plus 1, and then let's say that all these yi's are 0. Okay, or 1 or something. All these yi's are 1. Then, all of these really are something like roughly 2 over m as opposed to 1 over m. You get 2 over m there. Yeah. What? Sorry. Why does what give you what? This? Because when you look at this jobs to machines business, kind of everything, at the end of the day, everything hinged on bounding this. We have a set of k items, and what's the probability that all the items map to the same bin? And that's exactly this. So this is item 1. What's the probability to map to that bin? So in this case, all the yi's are even the same. So let's just call them all y. What's the probability that the first item mapped to y, the second item mapped to y, all of them mapped to y? So we won't get 1 over n to the k, but we'll get something close. And that's good enough to give the same answer. Yeah. When you say repeatedly apply it.
I'm just thinking, so the way I'm thinking about this, right, this is essentially the same as you generate a random number, but you really want a random number from 0 to n, right?
Okay.
So when you want a random number from 0 to n, what you usually do is you generate a new random number and do that until you get it.
Oh, like rejection sampling.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I was thinking is if you have something too high, well, you still want something deterministic. So
yeah.
Can you just feed it back in the hash and with some probability you get something good enough?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if p is way bigger than m, well, first of all, there are n different hash values that you're interested in. So, I mean, are you going to reject if any of them messes up? And if so, that's probably pretty likely to happen. So you'll be spending a lot of time.
I'm not sure. Isn't it sufficient that we just reject?
But then you pick fresh AIs just for that one. Like the same AIs are being used for everyone. And the plan, the reason we're doing this is because we want to reduce, say, the amount of space it takes to store this hash function. So if you're storing different h's for different x's, then you're losing out on
What
that.
I was thinking actually was whatever you get out of h, feed it back. And you should be increasingly more likely to be in
Whatever you get out of h, feed it back into h. Okay, then.
So unless you hit a fixed point in the hash function, then you should be more likely to get less than that. This is how you determine the hash function.
No. Yeah, but I don't know how to. Well, I'm not sure. Oh, but okay. So actually, one thing that I also wanted to say is, I said it might not even be obvious that there are KOS independent hash families, which are not just all functions, right? So what do I say? It's not clear that, say, you can get a 2y's family or a 3y's family, etc., which isn't just independent. So why are these random variables not independent random variables? Why is this only KY's independent and not fully independent? If you pick a random h like this, and you write down h of 0, h of 1, etc., why are these not fully independent random variables? All right. Yeah, if you pick any k, the next one is determined, again, by polynomial interpolation. Right? Okay. Very good. So that's all I want to say about KOS independence. So let me now start talking a little about the dictionary problem. So the dictionary problem. Oh, and I meant to say this at the beginning of class, but PSET1 is up. It's been up since Friday. And it's due Monday at 11:59 p.m. So, yeah, I've had bad experiences with PSETs due in the morning, and then people don't sleep, so. Dictionary problem. Okay, so here, I think I mentioned this when we were looking at Van and Boas last week. And I just stated that there's a solution. I didn't say how you do it. So this is a data structural problem. So there's update. There are two operations. Update KV associates let's say key K with value V. And imagine that, these are both in your universe. K and V are in your universe. And then there's query return X return V associated with K. Return the value that's associated with this key. For K. Or if there's nothing associated with it, you report, there's nothing associated with it. And I covered this in 124. I'm not going to. I'll say it again. I'm not going to go through the analysis again. If you really, if you want to read more details, I'll augment the notes to include links to what you can read. So how can you solve the dictionary problem? Let's say, there's the dynamic and there's the static dictionary problem. So dynamic dictionary, let's say. You can do hash tables with chaining. Okay, and the basic idea there is you have your n items. Well, actually, let me not write it like that. So n here, as I said. Okay, so we have an array. Let me call this array A. That's of size m. And each element of the array is actually a pointer to a linked list. I would say a W linked list. Okay. And each element in this linked list is a key and a value. Okay. And what you do is when you see, okay, so when you do an update, okay, and you also pick H from this family from a 2Y's family. Okay, and K maps to H of K. Okay, so the basic idea is you initiate this array of this array A. So you initiate this array A of size n-1. Initially, all the linked lists are just empty. So these are all null pointers. And when you see a key K, you hash it using H. H is drawn in the beginning at random from a 2-wise family. You hash it, and then you look through the linked list to see if K appears in that linked list. If it does, then you change its value. So let's say that this is your K, you just change its value. If it's not here, then you append it to the end of the linked list with its new value. Okay? And a query is similar. If someone queries K, you hash K, you look in that linked list, and you look to see where K appears, and then you output the associated value. Okay. So what's the running time of an update or of a query? I mean, don't tell me in terms of don't give me the final answer, but just say something sort of what's that word? What's when you say something vacuously true? What's that called again? Yeah. Tell me it's something like that. Okay, good. So what's the running time of an operation? Yeah. Yeah, it's the length of the linked list that you map to, which is a random variable because H is random. Okay, so time of an operation is a length of the linked list at H of K, and show the expectation over H of this list at HK is a constant. Okay, so this gets the time operation. If, of course, let's say M is at least N. Okay. I mean, M has to be something for this to be true. You can't just have like an array of size 1 and everyone's in the same linked list. Okay, so I'll put, I'm not going to do the analysis, but I'll put links to things. And also I'll give a link to perfect hashing. I'll give a link. But now I want to do linear probing. Okay, so this is called hashing with chaining. Okay, that's one way to do dynamic dictionary. But there's a way that's very popular, which is called linear probing. Okay, and the reason it's popular is because it's very cache friendly. So I'll tell you the scheme. So in terms of you're not going to beat O of 1 time. So that's not how it's better. But this is better in real machines because of prefetching, I guess. Are people familiar with prefetching? Okay, so just I'm not an expert in this, but from what I do know, prefetching is like the following architectural trick. So, in your computer, there's memory, there's cache, there's disk, etc. And whenever there's a cache miss, and your system has to go and fetch that from memory and put it in cache, or fetch something from disk and put it in memory, it also tries to grab things that it thinks that you probably will also look at next. Okay, and one good guess at what we'll look at next is the next few elements in memory, like the next consecutive few elements in memory. Because if you're looping over an array or something, you're going to look at those next. So prefetching means like your machine will actually grab those things before you even look at them, and then put them in cache for you. And then when you look at them, oh, they're already in cache. Now I don't have a cache miss. Okay, so sequential accesses are very fast because of things like prefetching. Okay, so in real architectures, sequential accesses are much faster. Implies linear probing is good. What's linear probing? So linear probing, let me write that array A. Okay, and I have a hash function H. I'm not going to say what kind of family it's drawn from yet. Maps 1 to U into maps the universe into the array, into elements of this array. The idea is as follows. You know, I'd like to just store the value of key k in h of k. So let's say this is h of k. I like to just store the value there. But you know, the problem which we had to solve with chaining is that there can be collisions. Other people might also hash there. So what do I do in linear probing? If this is full, then I just keep walking until it's empty. So I'll store the key and the value there. And that's linear probing. Okay. So first you hash it, and then you keep walking sequentially until you find an empty spot and you put it. So I think linear probing was invented by, so it was first suggested by some folks in the 50s. I don't know the actual journal or anything, but Samuel and what 50. Okay. Right, but this was that's a while ago. This was, they didn't prove anything about it. They just suggested it as something to do. It was first analyzed by Don Knuth in 1963, assuming H is totally random. So script H is the family of all functions. It's the same thing, saying that it's totally random. In fact, he showed that if you choose M to be something like 1 plus epsilon times n, then he showed that the expected time per operation is like 1 over epsilon squared. Okay. Oh, and then let me say more. One more reference. So there's a big breakthrough, I guess, in 2007, but the journal version was in 2009. Said that H being just 5 Y's independent implies expected time is constant. Where here, like M is at least a constant times n. then one more reference. Petroscu and Thorup in 2010. So they wrote a lot of papers together, so let me say iCalc 2010. Four-wise independence doesn't guarantee one time. So they constructed a family script H of a four-wise independent family, such that if you did linear probing where your hash function was drawn from that four-wise family, then your expected time would be about log n, not constant. But with any five-wise family, that's constant. Okay. So now this doesn't mean that, right? Just to be clear, it doesn't mean that four-wise independence, any four-wise family doesn't do. It doesn't mean that for all four-wise families you don't get constant. It means that there exists one four-wise family which doesn't work. Okay, so in particular, I guess we'll probably see it next lectures because we only have time. There is a family that's not four-wise independent. It's not even four-wise. It's only three-wise independent, but it still works very well for linear probing because it has some other properties. Okay, so okay, good. So let me think about what I want to say. So I want to analyze linear probing. It looks a little weird. Like why does 5 come about? The reason 5, I'll just say it in words before we do it. The reason 5 comes about, actually, Petroscu, and I asked when I saw this, I asked Petroscu why 5-wise, and he said, well, when you condition on one element where it lands, everything else is 4-wise. So that was his answer. Yeah, so but you'll see what he meant very soon. In fact, there's a slightly simpler proof, which I think I'll do first, that shows that 7-wise works. And it's again the same reason. If you condition on 1, everything else is 6-wise. Okay, so okay, so claim if m is at least some constant times n, and h is 7-wise independent, then the expected, let's say, query time, which is the same as update time because it's the same procedure basically, is constant. And this is the same. Basically the way I'm going to do this. I don't think it's actually in this paper. They just don't show the 5-wise, but there was I saw some lecture by one of these pays, Rasmus Pay, and he showed first the 7-wise thing. I think it's a good warm up before you get into 5-wise. Okay. So as you can imagine from this picture, it's all about these runs, right? So what do? I hash k, and then I run over a human, and then I'm done. Okay. So if let me stop calling it k and let me start calling it x. Otherwise, I'll confuse myself later. So I hash x, and then I keep going until there's an empty spot, and I'm done. And so the question is, how many non-empty spots do I have to touch before I find the empty one? Okay. And in fact, so the way we're going to prove this claim is we're going to say, well, first we're going to say that basically this thing is the length of that run, the expected length of that run is going to be a constant, as you might imagine. Okay. And we get so lemma. Well, before the lemma, let me give a definition. definition, given an interval I of cells in this array A, I'm going to define L of I as being the number of items that hash to I, the size of the set I such that H of I is in L. Okay. And then also a definition. I is full if L of I is at least the size of I. So if we have some interval of length k, we say it's full of at least k things hashed there. Oh, question or anything else? Oh, I defined it. So this is this thing. By definition, L of I is. Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah. When little h or little h is a function that maps the universe into 0 up to n minus 1. Does that answer anything? Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Okay. So what am I going to say? Okay. Good. So there's a lemma. If some query on X makes k probes, then h of X is in some full interval of length k. Okay. Proof. So let's say this is h of k, h of x, and it's occupied. So if it's occupied, the person who's occupying it came from somewhere in the past. You mean he might have come from here itself. I mean, he might have hashed here himself, or he hashed somewhere in the past and then had to walk forward. But the point is, he walked from somewhere. And the fact that he walked there means all these things are taken. Okay. And then now h of x is going to walk forward a little bit and eventually go here. This is h of x's final destination. And so that must all have been full. And what I'm telling you is that this thing here, has length k. You put k things. Now, remember that the definition of full interval is that all the items had to actually hash to the interval, not wind up in the interval. Right? That's the difference. Okay. But the point is, all these locations are full, and they were all originally hashed to somewhere here or later. So, you know, one of these windows is full. Okay. I mean, I think that's the definition of heavy. I literally just, I was like this. Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. You mean this could be way in the past. Oh, I see what you mean. I'm sorry? No, the keys are unique. The keys are unique. That's true. Whoa, actually, that's a very good point. You're saying everybody. This could be way in the past, and everybody hashed there. So that's not. I'm like that least guy. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that's. Okay. Now are you happy? Sorry. Okay. Okay. So then, the expected time to expected time to query X. Yeah. Wrap around too. Yeah, and intervals also wrap around. Yeah, that's a good question. Okay. The expected time to query X is, say, by that lemma, is at most the expected number of full intervals containing X. Okay. Which is equal to like the sum over k. It's at most the sum from k goes from 1 to infinity. So how many, and the sum over all intervals I, where I has length exactly k, and h of k is an I, the probability that I is full. Well, k can't